Woo!
Вон самолет летит, вон, иди сюда, вот он. Вон наверху. А, ну все.
Hold up. Yo, bro, just come to up. Nice.
Série de sirenes, novamente. Vou colocar nos abrigos.
David, wait a minute. What David say? Add him on my Discord. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Woo. Add him on the Discord. Oh, got my finger. Hold on a second. Y'all keep telling me about this Discord and. Okay, I'll look it up. And what name? Send it and tell him David to send you the gold star away for the blue.
This is happening on camera.
How y'all doing? Oh, that's David. All right. Okay, hold a second. Hey, you guys, welcome in. This is what's taking place. How did I get the channels on? Okay, they haven't came in yet. Twitch ain't came in. Okay, thank you. Okay, hold up. Hey, I will. Hold up. Let me wait a minute. Let me write all this stuff down right here.
Mama?
Posso regar? Ok, so
Wait, man, let me get this on. How y'all doing? I know y'all can't see that large, but hold on a second.
In a second from now. And that's what they've done to their people for almost 50 years. They
That thing's up there. Okay, let's see. Everything here to me now. Woo! Okay. Just 1 second, you guys. Oh. Put that over there. You come around here. Ooh. Okay, you guys. Let's get into it. Let me get into a bigger screen so we can get into this here. What's going on? This practice what happened. Oh, shit. Nice situation. This is from okay. Figure out what's going on. How do I take this now? I don't want to see it. I can be able to do it, please. That's that from Time News. Wait a minute, I'm gonna do it. Take it down. I want to see them. Here we go. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Welcome. Good morning.
Вон самолет летит, вот он, вот иди сюда, сюда, вот он. Вон наверху. А, ну все.
What? Welcome everybody. Please come in and oh, let's see. Okay.
Série de sirenes, notamente. Troca o carro dos abrigos.
Let me just put that up here. Damn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Okay. No.
This is happening on camera. איפה הפועל?
Okay. Let me move. Ooh. It's someone else's house. Ooh.
הנה 14. זכי אמר לי לבוא אליך?
מה?
זכי אמר לי לבוא אליך?
עוד 10 דקות. טוב.
שבעה? תהיה פה.
טוב לראות אותך.
בוס רגע. אוקיי, אתם שומעים אותי? סליחה. אתם שומעים אותי? תתחיל אליי. שים את ה-14.
In a second from now. And that's what they've done to their people for almost 50 years. They
Okay. Woo. Oh my God. Let me go back here, up here. Mm. Let's go here. I think we did this here. Did we do this in here? We're going to keep this in here. Oh, we're going to keep our eye on this in here. This is what time that it is. Yes. This is what time that it is. Stay tuned to the live. Okay. Right. There I go. Messing up. So. No. Okay, here we go. Let me go right in here. I got that there. I meant you guys. I got that there. I got to get another one right here. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? Here we go. Let's hear. Let's hear exactly. Do you want to hear this here? Um, what are you playing? I'm getting close. How y'all doing? Please thumb up my video. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Come through. Come through, everybody. Come through. Please like my video. Leave me a comment. I welcome everybody. Thank you for coming through. Come through.
אפשר שנייה לעבור בבקשה? We're here in a destruction demolition site in the middle of Ramat Gan, a civilian area that was attacked by the Iranian regime and destroyed a lot of buildings and hurt innocent civilians who were sitting in the houses eating their Shabbat meals, and suddenly a missile hit their house and some of them were injured, some of them are trapped, and we are here to rescue them and take them out.
Okay. Let me check. So you guys just hold on with me. Let me go. Wow.
I can tell you that we do have a number of injured, but I can't go into detail of the exact number or the exact location, as I said. What I can also tell you, though, is that the Israel Police Bomb Disposal Units are here on this site and multiple other sites. They're some of the best in the world. We're doing everything possible to ensure the safety of the public. We just ask for the public's cooperation. Do your part. Your responsibility can save your life and other lives as well.
Oh, okay.
المجال الجوي خش في المجال الجوي
اطلع على السطوح ورا مليان اطلع على السطوح في ورا مليان هلا
that moving here. I'm staying here. How y'all doing? Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let me go over here. Oh, John. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my word. Thank you guys for coming in. Please like the video. All that pool. All that pool so we can look at it. Jerusalem. My God, today. Come through, everybody. This is Associated Press. Let me move it on. That ain't all that we got here. We got some more. Can you all can everybody cut off, test up to date of what happened last night? Let's see how we doing there. Good. Okay. Let's go here. Okay. Big screen. Here we go. We're going to add on this screen here. That's what's going on. How y'all doing it? Hey! And that's how you know, boo. How are you doing? Let me put that right there. Okay, let me come on. Hey, boo. Okay. Y'all, I'm gonna be getting my I'm gonna be doing my Discord, okay? Be very soon. Let me go ahead and put this up on the big screen. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, wait, y'all don't even see me. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. Let's go. Put up on the big screen. There we go. How y'all doing today? Here we go. Welcome everybody. Thank y'all for coming over. Please like my video. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to my channel. I get in here for a second. Let me go see if I make do something to this here real quick. Let me see if I get in here real quick. Which one I'm looking at? Which one I'm looking at? Okay, hold up a second. Let me take down that one there. Here. I thought I took all that down. Hold up a second. Thank you. Peace be with you too, my dear. Okay, I think so. That's the best I can do with that.
Chiamami il numero!
y'all doing today? Here we go. Let me give you something else. Whew. Thank y'all being for joining me. Hey, here we go. Okay, wait a minute. Did we do that one? Wow. Wow.
To help us. But removing.
Now, here's the thing. When I saw this Trump thing, because I missed this yesterday, I wasn't on yesterday. I'm going to be scanning throughout the stream too, like if I see anything pertinent. I'm going to open my emails too to see if you guys have sent anything over.
Give us an update on how this one's going, Mr. President.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group that may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
That's very reassuring, sir. It's times like these where I really wish Charlie Kirk was still with us so that he could maybe
this was
just
so interesting.
send off a text message.
This was so interesting. You guys ever seen this clip of Charlie? I was listening to this right before I jumped on. I was like scanning stuff. Morning. This is like, I was like, oh crap. And this goes to the whole thing about regime change, which they say never works.
Okay.
I don't know. Has it ever worked in history? I guess not.
Message or make a quick phone call to the president and tell him things like this.
We are just going to take out the Ayatollah. Oh, really? What comes next? What comes after regime change?
Okay.
Might be, oh, well, we need a small number of U.S. troops to support the new regime. We have seen this play before. Regime change, you have no idea how this is going to work. You have no idea.
This may go, hopefully will go, probably will go, smooth or in Iraq. So far, at least, there are no soldiers on the ground. We put over 100,000, I think 150,000 soldiers on the ground in Iraq. This is all because they forget areas. But that doesn't mean that we're going to talk about the immense that Israel has over America's foreign policy and how a lot of these military actions and wars in the last few.
Okay. Oh, Laura Loomer. Oh man, I was watching this video this morning from Schroyer, and he's pissed. Oh, he's not happy. He was you know, that's the guy that worked with he worked with Alex Jones, and I guess he quit. And he's not happy because he was saying Laura Loomer has the ear of the president and she calls him and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are not happy about that. Laura Loomer. I don't know if you guys have heard about this too. This is kind of crazy story. One of the soldiers that was killed, the American soldiers, they said the soldier was days away from returning home to her family. Isn't that crazy? Imagine that, just a couple days away and killed.
Okay. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna go ahead over here. I'm gonna go ahead and check our brothers and sisters out over here on X, because I know they have a lot to say.
First Sergeant Class Nicole Armour.
Okay, let me get us
crazy.
Let's get us here on X, because I know they got a lot to say.
Thanks. Oh, this was kind of nuts too. I heard about this. Let me fix. I want to get two window screens going on. Part of the stuff I've been working on is making things like smoother for me.
No, exactly what you mean.
And easier if possible.
Oh my God, yeah, no.
Let's see, it'll be up there. Okay, we're done.
Get this out of here.
And so, any little thing that makes the stream smoother on my end and your end,
I know.
we're doing it.
Okay.
We need one more.
Let me get this here. Oh, do I have X right here? Okay, I forgot that I had that on. Let me just turn this off. Let me see the press. Okay, let's go here. Hold up a second. Let me unmute him a little bit. I'm going to mute him. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, let me go ahead and get him. Now we're going to talk about this here. How y'all doing today? Let me put this here up. This is where we're going to now. We're going to go over here on X. We're going to go over here on X, and we're going to go over some things what these idiots was talking about. Okay, you guys, with this here war is going on. If you don't know now, I'm going to tell you. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me put it there. Okay, with the wars going on, you guys, they was not prepared. And what I mean not prepared is that first thing is most of the Republican and all the Democrat is mad at it, because it is this here didn't make no sense. Whatever that they were looking for, weapons, they did not find it. Dealing in fact with the last presidency that been in there, let's say with, well, you know, Biden, he was in there. Biden, Clinton, and we had Obama. This thing here is about this here guy here. Reason why that they went off the old man, I'm gonna put it like that. Reason why that they, I know that's not proper to say, but anyway, just deal with me one moment. Reason why that they went after him simply is the fact. Wait a minute, hold up, something. We got something here on Fox News. Wait a minute, let me see what we're gonna cover here on Fox News. This is 1 hour ago. Fox just put out. Just 1 second. Okay, let me turn it on. So, hold up. Fox just put this out an hour ago. 1 hour ago. This is a submarine. Yeah. Go here. Okay, let me go over here. Okay, let's go over here and we're gonna go where, hold up, let's see what's going on. Okay, no, that's wrong. Post nothing, ain't posting nothing. Hold up a second. Whew, yeah, we've been seeing a lot this morning. Let's go over here. Because I follow them. I follow these news people. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go and show you guys the warship. No, yeah, that's the warship. This is sink. Let's go over it. Let me see. This is 1 hour ago. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Okay, let's talk about it. Y'all, some of these are words I do not know, because you know, if you don't hear them, you don't hear these words every day, of course you wouldn't be able to say them anyway. So just deal with me one moment while I try to sound out these words. Hey, 2300. Why we 2300? Call me by phone, man. Call me by phone, because me and you need to talk. Me, you, and Sparkle, we need to go somewhere and not be bothered with anybody else. Okay, because I've been hearing James talk about the cruise the past week or two. Okay, so anyway, let's go right here. Okay, right here, that what we got. This is only coming from X, okay? It's coming from X, and you guys, just think about my mind and not my heart. So I'm gonna do this here. This is a U.S. submarine sink. I think that's Iran warship in India Ocean Defense Secretary says. Okay. And so anyway, America, we not doing good. This is a war that it ain't have nothing, that should not have started. And we don't know why in the hell that we was over there fighting. Now everybody is fighting us. Okay. Everybody's fighting us. Donald Trump words that he said Saturday morning is that this is what the army people signed up for, that they'll die for this country. Some will come back home and some will not come back home. Now he's president, but where your goddamn children at? Where your damn children at? Anyway, so far as what I have, last time I have checked, it only been 6 died. And what we was looking at a few minutes ago, on the other content creator on Did in Fact with his story, he said that one, I think it was a female, what he just showed, said that was on their way home in a couple of days. Anyway, what a sad way to go home, in a box. So anyway, what you see right here, what is taking place, and this is what I think this is what the submarine dealing with America. Them people is not playing with American ass. Them people had been packed up, ready for Donald Trump. Them people been on goal before they even said damn start. Okay? Ready for Donald Trump ass. They know that he's an ain't shit person. He's an evil damn person. And only thing that he want is basis the oil, because that he is going to be rich. And we still at the pump, and the pump is still going up, the gas. So I say for each and everybody that they thought this here, Donald Trump, he didn't think it out. And I'm here to tell you today, it was at least 3 of them knew that this here was going to go down. Because Donald Trump is all about mouth. He never lifted a brick or nothing. Just everything that he ever lifted was an ink pen. Okay? Everything, I want to call you guys' attention. Everything what Donald Trump had said, what he's going to do, everything what he said, as we know, he flipped the script. Those that Donald Trump, them was the first, that whole band was the first one that they sent back to Cuba. That we want Donald Trump, we want Donald Trump. And they was the right there, that band, the one that was singing that, and them girls were switching their hips. Guess what? They was the first one that Donald Trump sent back. Let's go. Hold on a second. Let me put this here. Let me get, we're gonna go over here a little bit more. See exactly what is being said, did in fact with this here. Okay, as we see, this is what happening right here. Let's go and let me see what happened. Okay, this here is from the this here came in 1 hour ago from BBC News, and this is what we have here. Here we go. This is the part of the this is for the satellite. This is from the satellite image showing that the Navy, the Iran Navy, and nuclear clear site hit by the U.S. as Israel strike. So as we're looking at all this debate, now when this happened, I would say doing as did in fact with the night. So as all this here goes on, these pictures are just coming in. Now this is what America went and did over there to them, okay? And all this is coming from BBC Verified, but they is what their satellite image got up where that that it shows that Iranian Navy and nuclear clear site hit by the U.S. in U.S. Iran. Oh God, y'all. Let me tell you something. These names here And if you know it or not, they came from the Bible. These names here, and please, you guys, if you have not subscribed to me, please subscribe to Dovin Milton 3 and Dovin Milton 4. Okay. 4 is got what me doing the workout. 3 is basic is what I'm giving you here. These words here was in the Bible, and it'll show in the Bible how the names will switch, how they change out the name. But most of these that's in this here war, those are names that's out the Bible. How y'all doing today? Okay, let's go. Let's go and get something else. We got a okay, yeah, you're talking about Iranian. That's what I got right. Iranian war ship in Indian Ocean with torpedo defense secretary Pete Haggerty says look like y'all know his ass. You know his ass. He sound like a damn drunk. All of them sound like a damn drunk. Trump don't want these damn people out there. Everybody don't start damn drinking before it's even 5 o'clock. They have to take them a drink to go to damn work, while they at work, then bring their ass home and make sure they get loaded because they don't know what the hell they going to come into tomorrow. Nobody cannot sleep. Nobody cannot close their eyes because if we close the eyes, we don't know what the hell is our eyes going to wake up, or we going to wake up with a room full of smoke, or we going to wake up with a bunch of rocks on top of us, and they're going to have to dig us out. But what this man failed to understand, ladies and gentlemen, what he failed to understand is that this here, hold up, I got to come in here. I got to come in here for 1 second here. Hold up, wait a minute, hold up. Let me get right here. But we're going to do some more on this. Stop sharing. How y'all doing today? What this man failed to understand that this here going to go against him in November. You guys, we need to get out there the same way how that is. This is not no color in this situation. This is American problem. We got to get out there like how we did with Obama. If we got to stand in line right now, let our vote be heard and counted. Because this damn man is on bullshit, on top of bullshit, then his damn ass is gonna damn die. And all this shit. Everybody, one damn man destroyed the whole damn world. Isn't that something? Then for what I hear this morning, someone dropped the content creator. I was in the chat basically taking notes. Someone dropped the content creator a cash app. Guess what the cash app said? Donald Trump, y'all know about it. He was trying to sell Bibles. Trump Bible. Now the truth was told about their leader that Trump is God. Said that God and Jesus anointed Trump, that Trump is God. This is what those troops that over there, those are children. Some of them ain't never had babies before or never had sex before. And I'm pretty sure it ain't nobody over there that is 30 years old. Haven't even lived life, or life haven't even started. Only thing that those kids know is 18 years of their parents taking care of them. After the 18 years, they went into the service. They ain't never got to feel how to feel to live on their own. They have not felt that. And guess what? And you're not going to feel it, but you sure not going to feel when this explosion comes. You're going to see heaven then. So anyway, the troops, the leaders that over the scout, the kids dribbling, nervous and trembling, waiting for this thing to be over with. So anyway, the kids was told that don't worry about it. Trump is God. God, Jesus, the Lord, Jesus God and Jesus appointed Trump as the next leader for God. So it doesn't matter. Trump going to heaven, excuse me, no. Trump is going to heaven and they going to heaven too. In order for to cool those troops down, they told him that Trump was God. God came down and told Trump, you are God. Now, I didn't see him. I don't know what God been, and I was on my knees and I was praying with the folks this morning about 4:30, 5 o'clock. But this is what was put out here in the media, did fight with Trump. And it bases to what that sent out to the parent is that just to calm down. Yes, your son and daughter, they may die, but don't look at it like that. They won't get burned in hell because they're going to heaven because they did the right thing and fighting for their country. United States, Donald Trump, the postage check with the Senate. He did not do that. Another damn night, he was damn sleepwalking. Got on that phone and did something and then told them damn people to let it go. Now, yesterday, those you haven't seen, yesterday, they had a meeting and everybody, all the damn brotherhoods was at the table. Guess what? He don't started so much shit. He can't even keep his eyes open. He can't keep his damn eyes open. And you can't say it's about the medication that he's on because he fight doing medication. Just when they was blowing up stuff Saturday from the shit that he started. When America waking up the morning and say, what happened? Who did this and why we here? You know what Donald Trump say? This is how a smart ass dumb idiot that he is. Donald Trump said that, do you want me to call it off? And the damn children up in the sky shooting up every goddamn thing. You want me to call it off? That is one of the most idiot thing to say, and which that he know because he's a smart ass. He's an asshole. So anyway, this here war, a lot is going to come out of this war. Do you guys remember when Bill Clinton had to do had to have an order basically like what he was going through, did in fact with this here war thing? You know what Bill Clinton say, what came out of this here? Because you can't live there because of what's going on now. You got to look and see how what's going to plot up later. He said that that's what ICE come in at. ISIS came in then, right when Bill Clinton did what he did. And that's why they was able to do what they did to 9/11. I can't make this up. I heard about Bill Clinton. Now let's go over here. Let's see what they didn't do. How y'all doing? Good morning. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do so. You like to help to support me though on a daily thing where I'm making things better. I'm getting ready for the Easter egg showdown. Please help subscribe. You can't cash out me. That's good. Just subscribe to my channel and I feel better. How you doing? Okay, let's go over here. We gonna see. Come on now. Let's see what they got now. What are they talking about now? Oh, okay. Y'all, I think so that we want to hear this here. This thing here is coming through. This is some breaking news that came in 3 hours ago from BBC breaking news. 3 men arrested on suspect of spying for China in London and Wales. Y'all, everybody is basically going on their own mind and their own damn understanding. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. This is what they are talking about right here. This is Scotland Yard. Okay, never heard that before because I really ain't never been nowhere. Okay, this is, oh, let me get my people over here. I'm sorry. We over here on the Scotland Yard. Okay, this is what we're looking at right here. Let me put it on here. Okay, This is what we looking at, y'all. Where am I? Why y'all don't see me? Hold 1 second, girl. And boy, let me get you right here. Let me get me right here. Okay, now let me go out and do it again. Y'all, this is what everybody want to draw their attention off. What is basic is going on. What is going on is the Epstein style. Okay, them guys that's up in the air, what they trained to do, don't even worry about them. They are up there. Okay, again, that's what they want to do, is be the best of the army. So we ain't gonna even worry about that. Everybody is distracting to do something different. Okay, so right now we got one of the three men arrested and suspects in the spy for China, and their partner, Lebanon, MP and BBC has been told. The men are age 39, he's still young, 43, young, and 68 were arrested in London and Wales as part of the counter terrorist policy investigator under the National Security Act. The Metropolitan Police said in his statement, there are no one eliminated or direct threat to the public, and all these three suspects could be held in custody. Okay, you guys. Speaking with in the column after the arrest, Security Minister Dan Giles said that the UK will not trade off security or economic access. Okay, now you gonna got your ass in trouble. Okay, so good, you stay there. It ain't a time for that damn bullshit. It's time for damn cover. Now stay your ass up in there. We up here fighting for a damn old retard. Oh, Jesus, no, take it back. But this damn man don't start. Our kids is not coming back home, and then y'all want to go and do some kind of spy stuff. Okay, I see you. I see what you're doing. Okay, right here. This is what 2 hours ago. Okay, this happened 2 hours ago. That came in from BBC News. Let me tell you what they're saying. I can't make it up. It's right here in front of us. It's right here in front of us. I can't make up these type of stories because I don't know them. Stop sharing. Here we go. Okay, let's go, girl. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Come on here, child. Okay, look at what they're doing. They are holding sign. This is what's going on in Greek court. Uphold criminal organization verdict on a new. This is one of the people over there, Nazi Gordon Dunn. So they basically, okay, now y'all got time to walk the damn streets. Y'all, let me tell you something. It's not only, make sure that we get this straight. Y'all, let me tell you something. It's not only American. It's in this here war. Donald Trump kicked it off for everybody to fight against everybody. Donald Trump said that he was very disappointed in Putin. Okay. Putin, he is very disappointed. Putin friend. Oh, let me see. Make sure I don't think so. Y'all hear me today. Putin friend. What is his name? Got to understand. I think what I'm trying to say. Anyway, Putin friend. I'll show you that video. Putin supposed to be down with Trump. Oh, this is a situation that's happening. Come to find that Putin did one of the things that you were supposed to do. Putin turned his back and went over there with his good friend. Okay. Oh my God. Hold on a second. South Africa, long server, former Lieutenant Mr. Former Robert prisoner died. That's a long Africa, long server. Oh my God, Jesus side. The heat there. Okay. Sorry to hear this. Okay, here we go. I'm seriously gonna talk. This is dealing fact with Spain. Y'all, we are out here we like a fish out of water, right? We like a fish out of water. Dealing fact we didn't see a damn man. Come on, let me see. Come on, CNN. Okay, come on, CNN. Breaking news. Let's see. Come on, CNN. Let me see what you got for me. What this goddamn crazy, this damn man saying. Okay, let's go over here and see what's going on with the trial, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring y'all back focus in. Hold on a second. Bring you back where we are at. I don't understand. We out of this, man. Okay, we out of there. We out of there. Now I can go right back in here. Going right back in here. Oh God, I really do. I gotta go and get something to get this here on. Okay, let's watch this here. How y'all? Okay, let's go. Come on. How y'all doing? Okay. Okay, here we go. I don't know what that is. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Hold on a second. How y'all doing, scooters? Woo! How y'all doing? Be good? Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Hold on. Put this here down. Oh, shoot. How y'all doing? Let me see.
Tomorrow, not next week. Now, Chicago was ground zero for Secretary Noem's overreach when she launched Operation Midway Blitz. Chicago media reported that ICE and CBP agents had pepper sprayed a 1-year-old baby, shot at a pastor, harassed seniors, tased U.S. citizens, and even killed a person. It's clear that Midway Blitz was never intended to make Chicago safer. In December, ICE and CBP began Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. Over 3,000 agents were sent to one state. There were military-style raids at child care centers. Children kept home from school. Adults postponing medical care. In Minneapolis, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, both U.S. citizens, were fatally shot by federal officers. It's clear that Operation Metro Surge was never intended to make Minnesota safer. But this is not isolated to just Illinois and Minnesota. Inside detention centers across the country, the suffering continues. Detainees report physical and sexual abuse, medical neglect, and pressure to self-deport. On top of that brutality, Kristi Noem is misusing funds to buy herself private jets and enrich her associates. Kristi Noem is testifying in the House Judiciary Committee today, but she must come before this committee to explain the rampant corruption and waste within her agency. DHS is out of control. There is no congressional oversight. I was denied entrance to ICE facilities twice in Illinois. There's no accountability. Secretary Noem has still not appeared before this committee, nor has she responded in a substantive manner to more than 12 letters I've sent her. There are no consequences. Noem is still the leader of DHS despite...
These guys literally aren't even talking about why everyone's here. We're here to talk about fraud. Oh, it looks like we have Khan here as well, so he's going to get up here in a little bit.
Is his little sister after his father was coerced into self-deportation. For Chicagoan Marimar Martinez, who was shot 5 times. For my constituent Evelyn, an 18-year-old U.S. citizen who was wrongfully detained by ICE. For Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, and all the other victims of ICE and CBP. For the American people. It's for all those reasons that, Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of House Rule 11, I move to subpoena Kristi Noem to testify before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. This is for every family impacted by Kristi Noem's terror campaign. They demand answers, and so do I.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing, and I want to remind everyone, I believe Kristi Noem's testifying in front of the Homeland Security Committee in the House today after testifying in the Senate yesterday. Chair, before I recognize Mr. Cloud, I believe Mr. Higgins has a UC.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from 2024, December 2024, the Minnesota Star Tribune with Governor Walz, noting the federal investigation into the Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention Program, the EIDBI program, serving autism patients since its first year of inception in 2017, growing from 1.7 million per year to over 400 million per year. Unanimous consent.
Yes, sir. Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. This hearing was designed to be a hearing looking into the massive expansion of some of the social programs and the fraud that was contained therein. But Reverend Togard, I was struck by part of your opening statement because you invoked Matthew 25, and that's a scripture we see tossed around a lot up here, but often without context. And so I went and got my Bible and thought we'd dig into Matthew 25 for a minute. The scripture you invoked was Matthew 25, 35 through 40. It ends with this. It says, "Then the righteous will answer to him, Lord, when did we see you hungry, feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you?" And the king will answer to them, "Truly I say to you, to the extent that you did to one of those brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did this to me." I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
Thank you for your question. You, meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Followers of Christ, right. In Matthew 24:3, it says, after Jesus was sitting on the Mountain of Olives and the disciples came to him privately, and then they asked him, that began this whole chapter. Now, what Christ didn't say was to lobby your government. He said, if you have, you give. That's the general biblical principle here. 2 Corinthians chapter 9 gives us probably the best scriptural understanding of what charity is. It says, each of you should give what you've decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly, under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Would you say that taxes are under compulsion?
Taxes are not my area of expertise, but
But are they given under compulsion? Do you pay your taxes?
As a U.S. citizen, I pay my taxes.
Yes, because what happens if you don't?
We don't have the services that we need to support our...
What happens to you personally if you don't pay your taxes?
You get in trouble.
You get in trouble. I would say that's under compulsion. So if we're talking about what charity is, I'm always amazed in DC how much of we get to define our personal worth as a politician or statesman or whatever you want to call us by how much of other people's money we give away. And so there's certainly a place for a social safety net potentially, but the idea that Matthew 25 is kind of used as a blanket statement. As a matter of fact, the parable that it gives right before that scripture that you go into is the parable of the talents, where you see someone, a business owner, go away and he leaves 3 employees in charge and gives them each a bit of investment. And 2 of them turn their investment into a profit, and one that turns it not into a profit, he does nothing with it, just sits on it. What does he call him? You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir. I don't have
He
that.
calls him a wicked and a lazy servant. And so, scripturally speaking, God expects us to do something with what he's given us. Now, Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government. Scripture is replete with
Bible
different
study.
institutions that each have a different thing. The primary job of raising our kids and taking care of our
bring it
families
up.
and the institution of the family. The government has a different one. It says, for the one in the authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants to bring agent of wrath on the wrongdoer. Would you say that someone who commits fraud is doing wrong?
We all are against fraud.
Right. Is fraud theft? Would you agree that that's theft?
Yes.
As the 8th commandment says, thou shalt not steal. Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church?
No.
Okay, so we have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers, and it's not really us paying it, it's really our kids and our grandkids that are paying it. And yet we continue to see this massive expansion, all under the taken out of context of what charity is being defined as. It's interesting. I find it odd that the left continues to bring up Matthew 25, because at the very beginning of that, right before he goes in that scripture that we talked with, it says, Matthew 25:32, all the nations will be gathered to him, and he will separate the people from one another as sheep and goats. He will put the sheep on his right and his goats on the left. And the king will say to those on his right, come in, you are blessed of the Father, take your inheritance to the kingdom. And those on his left, he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context, understanding that we have multiple biblical institutions, and they each have a purpose.
The context here is vast.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the entirety of Matthew 25 into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a unanimous consent.
I actually like what this guy just did there, because a lot of people sometimes think that what they're doing right now is some sort of they think it's kind of our responsibility to use our taxes for all these programs, which it is. But what happened is they defrauded the government. And so right now you see people like Tim Waltz and Keith Ellison and this lady right here kind of justifying the fraud that's taking place because it's for charity to feed children. But in reality, that was not the case. And it's not the responsibility of our taxes to really be working for charity. Our taxes are to be working for the people, not just to be giving to anybody.
None of the 3 witnesses came with any data, any hard numbers. It's all just feel good, ice bad. They don't have anything like we have, the concrete information, the concrete data to show what was going on. Their whole testimony is just a bunch of nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think that lady right there, you could see she was obviously like, shoot, maybe I shouldn't have used scripture to try and justify the fraud.
That's right.
Because you can't justify fraud. Fraud is fraud, and fraud is wrong, quite frankly.
Exactly.
Item.
Without object, does anyone object to?
Thank you. It's a Huffington Post
I haven't
article.
recognized you yet, Mr. Does anybody object to Mr. Cloud? Without objection, so ordered. Now I'll recognize Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. I'd like to enter into the record an article from the Huffington Post yesterday. Troops being told Trump's been anointed by Jesus to cause Armageddon in Iran.
Without objection, so ordered. Well, we do want it. Let's recognize Mr. Connor, then I'll get Mr. Waukesha.
Well, that was fraud
Mr.
related.
Connor from California.
Thank you.
All right, this should be good right here.
Governor Waltz, when I went to Minneapolis and was at Alex Preddy's memorial, I was struck that by the people there. I expected a lot of folks who were immigrants, and I expected or folks who were children of immigrants,
who look brown like me. And they're at the memorial were fourth and fifth generation Minnesotans. Most of them white Americans, talking about how they faced tyranny, how when they go to church, they were being followed.
Something interesting about these protests too is you never see Somalians out there. It's always these, quite frankly, white liberals that are out there. Like these Somalians and these other people, they don't care about these protests. They're just committing the fraud, and then they're using all these other people to then cause up all this chaos inside of these cities.
Protesters are just useful idiots for them.
Yeah, it's funny because you never see any of the Somalians at these protests, for instance.
By ICE agents, when they'd go to give a meal to an immigrant, they were being followed by agents. And I just had so much hope for our country seeing them there. And I want to thank Minnesota, as a Californian, as someone who grew up in Pennsylvania, as an American, for their character, for their courage, for what they have modeled in a multiracial democracy. And my question for you, I mean, having served as a congressman, a governor, what is it about Minnesota that we can learn? What is it that leads to this kind of inclusive feeling about immigrants in our nation?
Well, thank you, Congressman, and thanks for your work on many fronts. Look, I think Reverend Tolgard summed it up in getting at the heart of this. It's about the neighborliness and the care. And left to our own devices, I'm going to make the case, Minnesota, and by the way, I would remind folks, states have to balance their budgets. We're AAA bond rated, one of the states that's ranked the highest. We have a surplus, and we also have the highest rainy day funds, one of the strongest protections. So we understand fiscal responsibility, but we also understand this caring, this neighborliness. People saw their neighbor. I believe our politics can change with that idea of what the next door neighbor looks like. Now, I will have to tell you, Mr. Khanna, I was deeply concerned last year when the Vice President of the United States mentioned he can understand why people wouldn't want to live by somebody who's not like them, which seems to go against our entire ethos in Minnesota, whether it was the first wave of Norwegian and Swedish immigrants that came to Minnesota, German immigrants like my family, or whether it was Hmong coming after the Vietnam War, or Somali and other East African immigrants to our country. And I think it's this sense of working together. There's a reason that we rank at the top in healthcare. We rank at the top in personal incomes. We rank near the top in home ownership. We rank near the top in happiness. Because this idea that we're all in it together and that we believe everybody should have a chance. So I think it's an ethos, and it gets into our politics on the secular side. I believe as an elected official that I shouldn't give a sermon, but I should attempt to live one. And one of our politicians, Paul Wellstone, talked about we all do better when we all do better. And that's what we do. And I know that is true to a certain degree in other states, but I see folks making the claim that, well, you wouldn't have any fraud if you just cut all these programs, if you just zeroed them out. That is true. If we did not provide food for our children, no one would steal from that program. But there would also be a lot of hungry children. And what I'm asking for and acknowledging the accountability, we need to put program integrity in. So I think it's a neighborliness. I think it's a historical point about caring for your own. And I think it's a clear understanding that if your neighbor does better, you're going to do better.
Well, thank you, Governor. And obviously, fraud matters and budgets matter, but what really matters right now in this country are values. And I really appreciate your sharing that.
That is what's caused all this, is that this guy basically just said that they don't really care because it's about values. What we're wanting is oversight over these departments so that the fraud is cut out. That's what our values are. We want to make sure that our dollars aren't getting spent. We don't want to make sure that our values mean that we let fraud take place because it's the right thing to do.
Well,
that's not what it's all about.
What Tim Walz is saying is, look, we can't figure out what parts of the program are fraudulent, so we can't just shut the whole thing down. So we're just going to let the whole thing continue. It's absolute nonsense. I could go over there in 5 minutes and find the fraud and shut it off. This is just nonsense.
Attorney General Ellison, in the brief time I have, I just want to be clear about Somali Americans, because when I was growing up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin did something wrong, every Indian American was concerned, and I don't think people understand that if you aren't a minority, how that makes you feel. I understand there were 80 or 90 people who were Somali Americans who were involved in this, but there are 100,000 Somali Americans, at least in Minnesota. And statistically, from all the studies I've seen, it is just factually untrue that Somali Minnesotans or Somali Americans commit more fraud than white Americans or Indian Americans or other Americans. And could you just speak to this, because it is so dangerous? And I don't even think on the other side people are doing that on purpose. But if you aren't an immigrant, if you haven't lived that or a child of immigrants, you don't know what that makes you feel. And can you talk about the Somali experience in Minnesota?
No, the reality is the Somali community in Minnesota has brought great things to our state. They have opened businesses. They've gotten professional degrees.
They defraud the state of $9 billion.
Great neighbors who
89%
volunteer and
of the
help their
fraud is
neighbors.
Somali related.
They have been a benefit to our state. If you pick out a few people who've done wrong, sure, you can do that. But I can guarantee you, you can do that in any ethnic group at all in the state of Minnesota or anywhere in America.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right, before I recognize Mr. Higgins, I'll recognize Mr. Walkinshaw for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just wanted to make a quick correction. You said Secretary Noem is before the Homeland Security Committee today. That's not true. I'm a member of the committee. She was with us a couple months ago, but she's not scheduled. With that, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a September 22nd, 2025 article from Reuters titled "Trump Aide Homan Accepted $50,000 in Bribery Sting Operation," which shows the Trump administration is willing to cover up blatant corruption of its officials.
Without objections to order, Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins for Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you for being here today. Governor, when you took office, this fraud had already begun. Is that an accurate assessment?
That's accurate, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Higgins.
So
How does he know that?
So what we're trying to get our heads wrapped around here as a nation, and we're doing our best as a committee, I'm quite certain on both sides, to just sort of focus our attention on what needs to be focused on. You had massive fraud in the state of Minnesota. And when we started looking into waste, fraud, abuse, and theft across the country, Minnesota surfaced as a wow moment for the entire country. So naturally, we look as a citizenry to, well, who's in charge there? And my old friend, Governor Walz, is in charge. And the truth is fraud had begun before you took office. So it's a reasonable question, Governor. What you're noted in many interviews, I'm not going to go through them ad nauseum. You were aware of this level of fraud and investigations, and yet it seems like nothing was done until the Trump administration reestablished itself in a second term, and we began broad investigations into waste, fraud, abuse, and theft, and Minnesota popped. So would you please, I just give you a minute to respond.
Yeah.
Why didn't you do something sooner? I know some people were put in jail. I know there were investigations, but there was billions and billions and billions of dollars being stolen from a pretty concentrated demographic in your community. And this demographic is a significant political supporter for you and your party, good sir. So I just ask you, please explain.
Well, thank you, Mr. Higgins, and I appreciate your question in good faith on this. First of all, the issue of billions, and I'll keep saying this, $1 is too many. That number got thrown around. There's nothing behind it, but I will acknowledge $1 is too much. I will also note the characterization.
I would say it's slow. I would say it's slow, but continue.
Well, there's nothing to support that, but look, We will pursue it and assume that that's the case. We will still make the changes we need to make. The characterization that nothing happened until the Trump administration came in is simply not true. We worked with them in the first administration where USDA didn't take action, and I think that's documented. The fact is, starting in 2019, I went to the legislature asking
But you
for...
didn't pause payments, Governor.
The pausing payments...
And the criminal investigation, which I'm running out of time, I want to jump to. The way America sees this, Governor Walsh, respectfully, sir, is that this money just continued to flow. Okay. There was a high awareness of this waste, fraud, abuse, and theft, like organized crime level theft, and it seemed to be slow rolled, and nobody stopped the money from rolling in. And the money's gone, been remitted overseas. Attorney General Ellison, you stated in your opening statement that you sort of stated that your office only has direct jurisdiction over Medicaid fraud. Did you say that in your opening statement? Okay, well, you seem to indicate that you don't have like criminal authority, but you do, don't you? Under your own law, you have authority if the county district attorney asks you to get involved, or if the governor asks you to get involved, then your office can take lead on any criminal investigation, specifically if you have particular staffing and capabilities within your office, because it's statewide, to look into organized crime. Is that not correct? Okay, so you have the authority to lead your state's effort to respond to this massive fraud at the state level from within the healthcare realm, where government money is being stolen at very, very high levels, unprecedented levels in your state. Are you leading that effort for the state of Minnesota? You're addressing it. Are you leading it?
Turn on your mic.
Are you leading the effort?
We are leading the effort to prosecute Medicaid fraud in Minnesota.
I'm not talking about Medicaid fraud. Don't hide behind that. You have the authority to prosecute anything criminally that the governor asks you to. And this thing is big. I'm giving you an opportunity, sir. Are you leading the criminal investigative effort into this massive fraud across the board in the healthcare spectrum in the state of Minnesota, or not?
We are following the law. And
you are not leading. You're not leading. I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman, that the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota should resign. I yield.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Frost, I want to, Mr. Waukesha, you were right. She's not testifying in Homeland Security. Kristi Noem's testifying in Judiciary. I knew she was here somewhere today, so you were right. I misstated the wrong committee. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I have unanimous consent.
Wow, there, Higgins went off.
He did.
He did go off. He started off real nice, and over time, he just couldn't handle the BS anymore.
Because Ellison and Walls are liars, and he's catching them in their lies.
Then, called Fraud Focus. Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you all for being here. The whole world has witnessed unprecedented and extreme immigration enforcement tactics this year in Minnesota. After the murder of Renee Nicole Good and before the murder of Alex Preddy, President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that, quote, "The day of reckoning and retribution is coming." Governor Walz, the dictionary defines retribution as punishment inflicted on someone as vengeance for a wrong or criminal act. Based on what we've seen play out in Minneapolis, what is the problem with the President of the United States directing agents to carry out retribution?
Well, yeah, thank you. And this is certainly troubling because under the guise of fraud, which we all want to tackle, we were subject to, as you saw, the largest invasion of a state by the federal government, I don't know, in certainly any of our lifetimes. And that infliction, to me, we're trying to figure it out. Look, we'll acknowledge, and we're fixing it in Minnesota, but I'm telling you, each year you're going to go back to your state, and if some of you think you want to be governor, you're going to deal with this. And these folks keep moving. The problem is, Congressman, this was about retribution. This was about singling out Minnesota. And I think I'm going to just name it. I think it's singling out because our state works and it provides things for people, and we care and we mind our own business and we respect our neighbors. And this retribution had nothing to do with getting the worst of the worst. We know that. It had nothing to do with stopping fraud. And we were subject, we being Minnesotans, for over 10 weeks. And I want to note, just before, and I'll yield back on this, Congressman, I think this is important to note. The gentleman from Illinois noted that Midway Blitz, the damage it did to Chicago. There were 500 agents on the ground in Chicago. Kristi Noem testified yesterday there's still 650 in Minnesota. It is not over. This is not ancient news. This is not looking like everybody moved on. Minnesotans are still experiencing this.
It's bad for our communities and makes our people less safe. It's terrorizing our streets. Yes. Reverend, what has been happening in your community when individuals try to record federal agents?
Thank you for your question. Individuals who have tried to record federal agents have been told they cannot. They have been asked for taken pictures of their license plates. They have been followed. They have been subject to fear intimidation tactics by ICE agents.
And one of the only reasons that really the world knows about what's going on in Minnesota is because of our Constitution and the right to be able to record law enforcement and federal agents. Those videos and the videotapes have been in part the reason why we know what's going on. Trump administration officials have suggested that observing or identifying federal agents is, quote, doxing or, quote, assault. We know federal agents have followed observers to their homes. We know protesters have been pepper sprayed. We know people have been violently detained who were filming them without bystanders having cameras who know how the murders of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy by ICE agents would have been handled by this administration. They have already tried to lie about these murders, even with footage. After Alex Preddy was murdered, Stephen Miller said he was, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to, quote, assassinate federal law enforcement. Kristi Noem said that he committed an act of domestic terrorism, and the President of the United States said that he was an agitator and perhaps an insurrectionist.
Woo!
Reverend, the last thing I want to get to that I think is really important. I grew up in the church, and I used to wear one of the "What Would Jesus Do" bracelets, mainly because I used to curse a little too much when I was little, and then I would like snap myself when I cursed. Either way, nowadays, I think less about what would Jesus do, and I think more about what would happen to Jesus in this country. And I just wanted to give you a moment to talk about what you think would happen to refugees Mary and Joseph as they come to our border. Would they be separated from their child? I mean, what does this look like?
Such a good point, Congressman. And yes, Jesus was himself a refugee, as were his parents. And yes, I fear that they too would have experienced the harm and cruel treatment that Minnesotans have been experiencing at the hands of our government.
What do you say to the people who hide behind the Bible and wrap themselves in the flag to say that what is going on in our country right now with ICE, terrorizing our communities, ripping our neighbors, ripping families apart? What would you say to people like that?
I think, again, Matthew 25, where are we in this moment? It should be on the side of the least, the widow, the orphan, the hungry, the homeless, and that as people of faith and moral conscience, history will tell what side we stood on, but our actions today will show true love of neighbor.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Mace, Mr. Grofman, I believe, has a UC.
Yeah, I'd like to submit for the record.
Hit the button.
I'd like to submit for the record something called Minnesota Financial and Compliance.
Okay, going back to what they just said about like Jesus and whatnot, and we have accepted these people. We have given them housing, we have given them food, and now they have abused the system. That's why everyone's mad, is because they're defrauding everyone. We're not mad that we're not saying all these people are bad, but we're going after the fraudsters.
Well, he just said, you know, these right-wingers who wrap themselves in the Bible and the flag, and then he wraps himself in the Bible. So,
yeah, it's a lot of just virtue signaling. All right, let's continue.
report on federally assisted programs for the year ending June 30th, 2024.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, you have presided over one of the worst government fraud scandals in American history. This was money intended to feed hungry children, help kids with autism, provide food and shelter and healthcare to the needy, and more. You both allowed billions in these American taxpayer dollars to be pillaged and plundered by Somali pirates. You knew this was happening. You chose to do nothing about it, and in some cases, you even enabled it. Attorney General Ellison, you even profited from this fraud by taking campaign donations from these Somalians after pledging to help quash the investigation into them. I find your behavior despicable. My questions this morning, my first go to Governor Walz, and I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything
I
since
did that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz,
my goodness.
what is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
you know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is?
to be your prop for your obsession.
So
I
if you
taught middle
can't
school your
define what a
obsession.
woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Congresswoman.
Did you prepare for this hearing today? Did you
I
do
did.
any preparation
I take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
My God.
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me. As
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Wait, are you governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
not.
well,
I'm
when
not
I'm
a prop
governor of
for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase, an increase
How
of
y'all doing? They
343
getting down. This
times
is good.
what it was in this time period. Do you know
Well,
the number
right
of
now here
children
we
in
got
Minnesota?
the governor Tim.
I know that Minnesota ranked as a top 3 state for
What
children
is
in
the
the
total
last year.
population in Minnesota?
Minnesota.
5.7 million.
Okay. What is the total population of children in Minnesota?
I don't have the number in front of me right
Are
now.
you governor of Minnesota?
I know 400,000 were cut out of health care last
Okay,
week by
that's
the
not-
actions you made.
Are you governor of Minnesota?
I am.
And you don't know the number of children
I
residing
don't have
in
the
Minnesota?
specific number. It's 5.7 million.
That's your total
What is your age?
population.
What is the age?
1.2
0 to 5? 0 to
You
19?
have approximately 1.2 million children in Minnesota.
What
I'm not
age?
even governor of South Carolina. Our population in South Carolina is 5.5 million. We have approximately 1.1 million children under the age of 18 in my home state of South Carolina, okay? As governor, I expect you to know this information. Thank God you're not vice president of the United States. Do you know approximately how many children in Minnesota are autistic or on the spectrum?
No, I don't have that number.
Okay, well, if you take the CDC's roughly 1 in 36 kids are on the spectrum, we're talking about approximately 33,000 kids. In South Carolina, it's about 31,000 or so. What is, do you know what this is per child, spending-wise, in the fraud for autistic kids in Minnesota?
Again, I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell us.
This isn't, is doing Minnesota math a prop? This is math. We're talking about fraud.
Minnesota ranks at the top. Where does South Carolina rank?
We're talking about money.
Where does South
that was
Carolina
supposed
children
to-
rank
this
on
is-
healthiness?
These are my questions for you. It doesn't go the other way around unless we're debating on the debate stage. And we're not.
If you're asking
This
questions
is-
about being governor,
I'm
it does.
asking you
When you're
questions
governor,
about
you
being
can come and
governor
tell
of
me.
Minnesota, which you can't answer. This is basic math. And you can't even answer.
not
Do you
here to
even
be your
care
prop.
about kids in Minnesota?
They rank near
Do
the
you
top
care?
in every category. My children are
Do you
fed. My
care about
children are
autistic
housed. My
children
children have
getting
health
the
care.
services they need in
My
Minnesota?
children have the best
Good or you
schools.
don't? Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Mr. Chairman,
Lady yields back.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, Miss Boebert? Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Miss Mace.
May I make my two motions?
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Honorable Pamela Jo Bondi to appear before the committee for a deposition regarding the department's handling of the investigation to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates and compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights for the awards and settlements paid pursuant to Section 415 of the Congressional Accountability Act prior to December 12, 2018, with only redactions allowable for the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, and witnesses. Thank you, ma'am.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion.
That was good right there with Nancy Mace going after Tim. I mean, he should be able. I mean, if you're looking at those numbers, for instance, just that that massive increase within the autism. I mean, how is that even justifiable?
And Nick, that was just the autism. That's one spoke on the
34,000% increase.
What just autism?
That would be like the best stock in the world if you hit a 34,000. That's like a meme. It's like a meme coin.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Abeyance until the end of today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent.
They just hit a government meme coin right there.
Chairman, can I have one thing before?
Chair recognizes ranking member.
Thank you. No, we'd just like to see Mrs. Mace's motions in writing, which would be great.
Okay. Now, before I recognize Ms. Lee, do you have Ms. Randall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 11th, 2025 article from The Guardian titled "Somalis Are the Scapegoat. Fear Rises as Trump Targets Minneapolis Community," which describes the
Without
Trump
objection.
administration's
Who is this
xenophobic
lady?
attacks.
That objection's ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the past few months, Democrats on this committee and in the Senate have been holding hearings on the unconstitutional actions of the Trump administration. So we've heard from, in that time, whistleblowers, industry experts, and survivors of abuses of federal agents. They spoke about warrantless searches that they have been subjected to, including federal agents bursting into their homes with guns. They spoke about being shot at and dragged out of their cars, and then, being made to look like they were actually the perpetrators. They spoke about federal agents' use of masks in unmarked vehicles, and the efforts of these agents to hide their identity to escape any sort of accountability. And we heard from the brother of Renee Good, who was murdered by ICE agents in Minneapolis. That is what oversight looks like. Not two hearings on fraud in one single state, which is not even the worst instance of fraud out there, though we all here agree that we should target fraud. Republicans have dragged Governor Walz in again to demonize and target his state because he is a Democratic governor and he is implementing Democratic policies. Republicans took a legitimate investigation and, as per usual,
Is fraud just Democratic policy
No,
at
but
this
she
point?
just admitted there's fraud in Minnesota. She just admitted it.
child care centers trying to get into buildings with children
Oh,
as the fraud.
wait, they're talking about
Yes.
us.
Now we have just a random guy lurking around child care centers trying to get into buildings with children as the fraud vigilante. The Somali community has been vilified and made to feel unsafe. And federal benefits are being cut to Minnesota and other Democrat-led states. Trump and his administration also used this investigation as a justification for an immigration enforcement push that has created chaos.
And I'd just like to say there were never any children there, so if it wasn't for that, they would not be here today. So good work, David.
Chaos and fueled violence and resulted in the death of American citizens. Reverend Togar, as a Minnesotan, do you feel that these oversight hearings and the Trump administration's fixation on fraud in Minnesota has made anyone safer in your state?
No, they have not.
Republicans have been touting alleged fraud in child care centers and the need to protect children. But since the immigration enforcement push, have kids been able to be kids? Have they felt comfortable going to school or playing out in public with each other or with their friends?
They have not been safe. They've not been able to go to school, to be in playgrounds, to be in libraries and places you would normally expect to find them.
Are you worried about the long-term impact of being surrounded by violence and uncertainty, what it could have on these children?
I'm deeply concerned about that.
Bro, Minnesota's like the homeland for riots to take place. This has been going on for a long time. They literally let their city burn.
Yeah, Walls did.
And I know that their teachers and their parents are as well.
You were arrested earlier this year while protesting ICE agents and deportations. Why was it important for you to, and other clergy members, to speak?
Bruh, so this lady's a protester.
She's a criminal.
She's a protester.
No,
Out against Trump's administration's actions in Minnesota and elsewhere?
Thank you for your question. I was arrested along with 99 other faith leaders in Minnesota, many of whom could be here today. And we were compelled to action to stand on the side of the most vulnerable in our communities and those who have been facing enormous cruelty and unfair actions on the hands of ICE, and we needed to stand alongside them, as have many others in our faith traditions in history. We stand along with those.
How could you stand alongside them if they're afraid to go outside?
I want to thank you for coming in today and for, of course, having the courage to stand up to the attacks against your community. This, as we can all see, was never truly about fraud. It is a part.
Bro, this has always been about fraud. This is literally why we're here.
Fraud committee.
Part of a greater effort by Trump and Republicans to gut social services, roll back civil rights, to villainize and make others out of people who they don't want to have and enjoy the same civil liberties and rights as others in this nation. They want to strip away and have been stripping away healthcare and education, childcare funding that millions of people rely on. This investigation and these actions have only been used to harm, not to help people. And rest assured, this will not stop in Minnesota, just as it didn't stop in Chicago before that or LA before that. This is a blatant attempt, blatant authoritarian grab that the Trump administration has been persistent in. It will come to all shores if we do not all take a collective stance. But more than that, urging my colleagues in the Republican caucus or conference to take up their job and their task as a co-equal branch of government. We do not serve as the lapdogs, as the cult followers of Donald Trump, of a president. When there are abuses or overreach, it is supposed to be us that takes a stand. And I would hope that at some point in the 119th Congress, some Republican with a gavel will do so. I thank you all for your time, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor Walz, when did you first receive notice of potential fraud in Minnesota's social services programs?
Social service programs in general. We knew that there was issues with the CCAP program as early as 2012. And my first days in office, we started taking action.
But as governor, when were you?
David, your response to that's your big thing, is the CCAP funding.
The CCAP funding exploded under Walz's governorship. So he knew about it. He just didn't do anything, and he allowed it to just escalate exponentially. Okay. Unbelievable.
First notified?
Before I took office.
All right, Governor Walz, former Department of Human Services Commissioner Tony Laurie testified that you were aware in early 2019 of fraud in 2 Department of Human Services administered programs. Is this statement accurate?
Not that I recall. I'm not sure what he's speaking about.
You don't remember this meeting or this notification?
No, not specifically. I don't.
In March of 2019, your Office of Legal Affairs reported $5 to $6 million in alleged child care assistance program fraud. In April 2019, it was also reported that the Department of Human Services lacked proper integrity controls to control fraud. Were you aware of these reports?
Not specific reports, but because of that, my office, we put forward actions to address them starting in 2019.
Is it correct that your administration was aware of the Feeding Our Future fraud as early as of May of 2020, based upon regular discussions about program irregularities.
I believe that's correct with the agency, the Department of Education, and then going back to USDA.
I'm gonna go back. Was your office notified of these fraud allegations?
Not me specifically, that they're handled internally in the administration. It happens every day.
Who was notified, Governor Walz?
The agencies do their work, the commissioners, and then if someone in my office was notified, they let me know. As governor, I make, 50 decisions a day. I said I did this job for 12 years. I make more decisions in a day.
Hold on, Governor Walz.
So someone was maybe notified, but the agencies are the ones that take the
May I ask
action.
the next question? We have it under sworn testimony in the Oversight Committee that your former chief of staff was notified directly by these various commissioners about the fraud in Minnesota.
That could be correct.
So are you saying that your chief of staff didn't notify you?
I'm saying I don't recall whether he did at that time or not, but we took action. So I'm assuming when we put our budgets together based on that, we put a package together for that legislative session.
Let's talk about budgets, Governor Walz. Feeding Our Future went from $307,000 in 2018 to $199 million in 2021. Are you aware of this increase in budgetary costs from Feeding Our Future?
Not specifically, but I know it increased during the pandemic.
The Housing Stabilization Services went from $27 million in 2021 to $105 million in 2024. Are you aware of this increase, Governor Walz?
Not specifically, but I know it increased.
Autism centers went from $24 million in 2019 to $342 million in 2024. Are you aware of that?
Not specifically again, but yes, we know the budget's increased.
Integrated community supports went from $4.6 million in 2021 to $170 million in 2024. Are you aware of that?
Again, not specifically on the numbers, but it's the budget.
Governor Walz, you have to submit a budget to your legislature every single year, like every governor has to do. If you're not aware of these increases, what was your office
Everyone
doing?
is balanced. My budget is about $72 billion. It involves 23 agencies.
Florida's budget's
6 million people.
$115 billion, sir. But what were you doing if you're seeing program increases like this amid allegations of fraud in your state?
Action was being taken on these starting back in 2019. If it's CCAP.
Can you describe the action that was taken in 2019?
Sure. In the 2019, I'll go to the first things that we did on child care assistance. We lowered the standards on proof of administrative fraud disqualification.
Whoa, you lowered the
increased
standards?
We lowered the standards for proof of administrative fraud. The standards where we had to prove it were so high it was impossible to try and do it. So we lowered what it took to show that fraud was happening.
And what did you do with the results of lowering the standards to prove fraud? What did you do?
Put 79 people in prison and.
But Governor Walz, the fraud
prosecute.
continued to increase. It increased under your tenure. Do you acknowledge that?
Did the numbers increase? Yes. And I tell you, when you catch people and prosecute them, it shows up at the fraud increase. I would tell you, Congressman, just because you're not hearing about fraud doesn't mean it's not
I got 50
happening.
seconds, Governor, and I don't want to get into a fight with you, but let me move quickly to the Lieutenant Governor. Peggy Flanagan's your Lieutenant Governor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the Lieutenant Governor go on the ticket with you, or are they elected by themselves on a ballot in the state of Minnesota?
It's on a ticket.
It's on a ticket. Peggy Flanagan essentially works for you.
She has an independent office. She's a constitutional officer. She's on the ticket, but she is independent as a constitutional
You
officer.
could ask for her resignation at any time. Is that correct? That's typically how it works with lieutenant governors.
Yeah, but she's a constitutional officer. I don't believe that's happened in Minnesota.
Peggy Flanagan is, there are accusations that she was intimidating whistleblowers. There was a meeting on April 12th of 2024, where she went on stage and publicly denounced whistleblowers in the state of Minnesota, calling them losers in their mother's basements. Is this the type of treatment that your administration allows for whistleblowers in Minnesota?
I'm not familiar
Are
with
you
that.
aware of any intimidation of whistleblowers in the state of Minnesota?
it's
There are
not.
30 whistleblowers who have given letters to this committee on the record saying that they have been subject to intimidation by your administration because they were trying to stop the fraud in Minnesota.
I encourage them to go to the OLA and the independent sources in Minnesota that are.
The
open to
OLA,
that.
you're the governor.
No, the OLA is the independent.
But sir,
Office of
you're the
Legislative
governor.
Audit.
Why don't you take responsibility for what's going on in your state?
We do take responsibility. None of those people, I'm telling you, I have no knowledge.
But you
of
lost
coming
billions of dollars of American taxpayer money in the process, Governor Walz.
We prosecuted these people, Congressman. I think Florida has fraud.
I would argue that the prosecutions have largely come from the federal offices
That's
as
not how
opposed
this
to state
works.
offices.
You know that we refer
What
them
do you
to
mean
them
that's not how it works? That's
They're
exactly
partners.
how it works.
They're partners. They partner together. Our BCA.
Is the Attorney General allowed to investigate fraud and prosecute fraud in the state of Minnesota without the Department of Justice federally? Are you allowed to do that, Attorney General Ellison?
Yes, and we do prosecute Medicaid. Yes, and we do prosecute Medicaid fraud all the time. We've prosecuted over 300 people.
Apparently not enough, because Minnesota's rife with it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Rand.
Think about how crazy that is. Tim Walz had no idea about those budget increases when
So,
there are
but
literal budget increases of 10,000%.
What did Walz say? He said he told the whistleblowers to contact who? The Office of the Legislative Auditor, because that's what the law says when you're made aware of fraud in a Minnesota state agency. As governor, he was supposed to report that fraud to the Office of the Legislative Auditor, and he never did that.
Yeah, and then you see when he goes, Florida also has fraud.
Yeah.
That needs to get meme. That needs to be turned into a meme when he's
So
like
he's
this.
admitting that Minnesota has fraud over and over again.
Yes. Oh man, that was hilarious when he goes, Florida has fraud.
Kendall from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, and Reverend Tolgard, for being here to shed light on the impacts of the Trump administration's harmful actions in Minnesota, and frankly, to be pulled into some really ridiculous question lines. The escalation in attacks from this administration on social services programs in democratically led states like Minnesota on the heels of the big ugly law's billions of dollars of Medicaid cuts last summer.
She is a
clearly
Democrat,
devastating our
U.S.
communities.
representative for Washington's 6th congressional district.
Do I believe Congress has a responsibility to reduce opportunities for misuse and fraud where we have seen evidence that it exists? Sure. That's why I introduced the Federal Program Integrity and Fraud Prevention Act, a bipartisan bill that would prevent individuals who have been convicted of fraud from applying for federal contracts. Mr. Chairman, if you are serious about addressing fraud, I'd love to see this committee hold a hearing on my bill, which was developed based on feedback from nonpartisan inspectors general, whose entire job is overseeing the appropriate administration of government programs. And let me remind my friends on the other side about Mississippi, a state with Republican leadership where over $77 million in temporary assistance for needy families funds were misused. One of the perpetrators of that fraud, former NFL quarterback Brett Favre.
This oversight committee, this hearing is called Oversight of Fraud and Misuse of Federal Funds in Minnesota. It has nothing to do with
So Nick, she said she's introducing legislation to keep anyone from with a fraud conviction from getting a federal contract. What does that have to do? I mean,
these people are losing their minds.
Yeah.
They just don't want to accept the fraud. All right, let's keep going.
I have a word for that. I also have a lot of Republican colleagues here who talk about being fiscally responsible and reining in federal spending. Again, I also believe we should be fiscally responsible. But to me, responsible governing means that we invest in transformative universal health care that saves us money in the long term. Childcare policies that give the budget back $7 on the dollar spent in long-term costs for the children who benefit. Policies that will actually save our country money in the long run and contribute to strong society and strong economy. Not slashing social services, not defunding hospitals, not eliminating childcare programs. Governor Walz, why do you think the Trump administration is so obsessed with fraud in Minnesota when its own agencies have found other states with even worse problems?
Well, it's a question we're all asking, Congresswoman, and I'd like to say, and thank you for this, I just want to make sure I go on record, Chairman Comer, in condemning the slurs towards my Somali community that the gentlewoman from South Carolina made. Thank you. Look, Congress, I don't know. I think it's been pretty clear the president does not like me personally. I think he continues to tell lies about our electoral system, claiming that he's won all 3 times when he lost all 3 times. I think he has people around him who were trying to find quotas around immigration, and they saw a perfect storm, if you will, that included some Somali folks and a whole lot, you know, if we're going to condemn folks, there's no Somali folks in the Epstein files, things like that, we know, but I don't know. It's an obsession, and I come back to it again. I think it's because we are so ideologically opposed to making children go hungry, people go unhoused. We invest in education, we invest in research, and we believe everybody has a place. And so I think it's just personal about how we do business.
Thank you so much. I could not agree more. There are also reports that as many as 50 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota have quit in the last 12 months. They used to have 70 prosecutors. Now some reports say they have as few as 17. Many of those who left include the very same prosecutors who were prosecuting the Feeding Our Futures fraudsters. How has this flight impacted your efforts to fight fraud in Minnesota?
Well, it's made it very difficult. And I think for all of my friends on the Republican side, we welcomed the Republican folks, the attorneys over at the U.S. Attorney's Office who were good at helping us as partners. We turned this over to them. They prosecuted, they put people in jail. They're not there now. There's nobody doing this. And I will remind this committee, the U.S. attorney was in front of a federal judge yesterday being because of what's going on in that office and from prosecuting trafficking, drugs, murder, and fraud. And so we want that. If you could do anything, Chairman, call the president in time to put some U.S. attorneys over there to prosecute fraud. I'll sign on with you.
Thank you, Governor. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair now recognizes Chairman Burchett from Tennessee.
Say that with disrespect in your voice.
Oh, this is going to be good. This guy's funny. I like this guy.
Voice, Mr. Chairman. Governor, you mentioned that President Trump lost all 3 times. I believe that's an error, and that's a conspiracy theorist. I believe you spoke in error there, but
no, he lost Minnesota all 3 times.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you corrected that.
He doesn't agree with that.
I don't care. Chair. We're good. Have you ever used taxpayer funds directly or indirectly to take action against individuals suspected of disclosing potential wrongdoing within a government entity?
I have not.
Well, almost 30 whistleblowers accuse you and your administration of retaliation. Would you say that's a conspiracy then?
I can't speak to what they said. I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay. Are you aware of reports alleging state officials have engaged in retaliation against whistleblowers?
No, I'm not. Not specifically, no.
You're not aware of that when 30 have come forward? Okay.
I am not. I believe these are internet. We have options. The OLA, we have independent folks that they can come to, and I encourage them. It's against the law in Minnesota. I have executive orders.
It's against the law here, but it doesn't stop it. What actions have you taken to protect whistleblowers in your state, sir? And has anyone faced consequences for retaliation? If so, who?
Well, in Minnesota, we have nonpartisan office of legislative auditor. We have zero tolerance. The Minnesota Whistleblower Protection Act prohibits retaliation. I signed executive order in 2025, added protections. The law explains and clarifies protections around what reports are protected and who can report issues. They're strong. When I was here, I was an advocate for the IGs, and I think that's well known in my 12 years here that we need them.
Okay. Well, a whistleblower told our office that her supervisor at the Minnesota Department of Health and Human Services threatened to make her job difficult. And the supervisor that did that later received a promotion. Would that surprise you? And can you confirm if this account is accurate?
No, I can't confirm it, and I don't make HR decisions. But when I'm being very clear about this, there's a zero tolerance for whistleblower retaliation in Minnesota.
Can you, how can any agency combat fraud when retaliation goes unchecked?
It makes it more difficult. That's why we don't allow it.
Do you think that any the fraudsters sent stolen funds to Somali terrorist groups?
Pardon me?
Do you think that any of the Somali folks that received funds sent any of that money to any of the stolen funds to Somali terrorist groups?
There's been reports done and investigations done on this, and I don't believe there's any proof to support that.
Okay. Mr. Attorney General, do you recall a December 2021 meeting with individuals connected to Feeding Our Future, during which you stated there will be cases that I want you to feel free to call me directly, and then I call up and what's the problem? And let me tell you, just letting the inquiry from AG is sometimes enough to make people knock it off.
Congressman, yeah, I was at a meeting like that. Let me just say that I've reported on this numerous times. I've been in front of a committee in the Senate.
They need ass. them about the suitcases going through the airport. That's what these people should be asking about. They should be asking them, did you know about this? The suitcases, the cash being flown out of the airport, and they should be specific like he just was about them. Do you know about them sending money to Somalia?
I'm here today. I was in front of a state House committee. This is a widely discussed matter, and I've been fully transparent. But let me just be clear. These people were fraudsters, as everyone here agrees. They were liars. They lied to me. They lied to courts. They lied to everyone. And I would like you to know that I do meet with community meetings all the time. I mean, it's a regular part of my job. Nothing unusual about me meeting with people. Nothing unusual about me telling people if you got a problem, my office will try to help you. But these people were liars and fraudsters. Okay. The main thing is I'd like you to know is that we're down so many federal prosecutors that it has put our ability to hold these people accountable definitely at a loss.
Yes, sir. 8-hour days do get long. In September of 2022, you issued a press release titled, "For 2 years, Attorney General Ellison's office has held Feeding Our Future accountable." Does that sound familiar?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Let me tell you, the Department of Education.
Does it sound familiar or not, sir?
It certainly does. And
okay.
The Department of
Education. How much did you receive in campaign contributions from individuals charged in the Feeding Our Future case?
Every campaign donation I got was returned to all authorities.
Okay. Everybody knows about the $250 million in fraud for Feeding Our Future case, which was prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. But there were just 2 other large site sponsors that you settled with instead of prosecuting them. Why did you not prosecute Partners in Quality Care or the Gar Family Services?
Because my office doesn't have jurisdiction to prosecute in those cases.
Well, you allowed them to dissolve, but no one was prosecuted. And PIQC
they still may be,
sir, PIQC is accused of $300 million in fraud as significant assets, yet no charges and no attempts to recover taxpayer money. I'll remind y'all, $19 billion. I was a state legislator, and I can remember when our state budget was $19 billion. This is money that's been stolen, and it will not be recovered. And you all are to blame, and every dadgum one of you all ought to step down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Bell, Mr. Donald, do you have a UC?
Yeah, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an op-ed from the Minnesota Star Tribune, authored by Jim Nobles, the former Minnesota legislative auditor, dated December 29th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from St. Louis.
Thank you, Chair, Ranking Member, and our witnesses for being here today. My Republican colleagues have called this hearing today once again to divert the public's attention from the dangerous threats that they themselves have created for the American people. They have chosen to turn a blind eye to the escalating public safety crisis in Minneapolis, Minnesota, fueled by the deployment of ICE agents under the direction of President Trump. On December 1st, 2025, this administration launched Operation Metro Surge under the false pretense of promoting public safety in Minneapolis. Since then, we have witnessed several deaths, including the brutal killings of Renee Good on January 7th, 2026, and Alex Preddy only a few short weeks later on January 24th. News reports state that in 2026 alone, there have already been 8 additional deaths at the hands of federal agents. We are now living in one of the deadliest periods on record, with more deaths carried out by ICE agents in recent years than at any time since 2004. Under this administration's direction, masked agents have inflicted trauma that will remain in these communities and neighborhoods. There's a lack of accountability and justice. Survivor stories have been suppressed, false narratives have been told, and federal officials have refused to cooperate, even going so far as to block state investigators from accessing evidence. Angie Ellis, as the chief legal officer for the state of Minnesota, what level of cooperation would you expect from the federal government during an investigation of this magnitude?
Congressman, I would expect the kind of cooperation that we're used to experiencing. I mean, in all of the time that I've even been a lawyer, which is now 36 years, state-federal cooperation was exactly how we did business all the time. We are very proud and love working with our FBI agents, DEA agents, ATF agents. It's a regular thing. This is what's strange and unusual.
And has the lack of cooperation and unclear communication from the federal agencies undermined the investigations into the death of Renee Good and Alex Preddy?
It certainly has. We have been denied access to critical evidence in this case that we would need to evaluate this matter based on use of force analysis.
Which is befuddling to me because as a former prosecutor, I've led serious and thorough investigations in pursuit of justice. I can say that what we have seen by DHS, DOJ, and the FBI is the complete opposite of a detailed and thorough investigation into the wrongdoing of ICE officials. And let us be clear, despite what President Trump would have the public believe, those agents remain on the streets of Minnesota. These actions are not isolated incidents. We've seen similar events taking place across the nation in Illinois, North Carolina, California, to name a few. We have heard directly from survivors about the cruelty and mistreatment they endured by ICE agents. And we have seen the individuals appointed under President Trump to head these operations evade justice and not be held accountable for their actions. We can't stand by and allow this to continue. Those responsible for these actions must be held accountable, and survivors and their families deserve answers and justice. Which is why, Mr. Chair, I move that pursuant to Clause 2, subsection K6 of House Rule 11, the committee shall subpoena Greg Bovino to testify before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's
talking
hearing.
about fraud.
Yeah, would be great.
I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
I'd like just to provide just a few of that time to the Reverend who wanted to make some additional comments about something that was said earlier in the hearing. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Just following up on Matthew 25, I am so proud of the countless ways that Minnesotans, Christians, and people of other faiths and moral conscience.
Look at Waltz. He's looking stressed out. Look at Waltz.
show-
Look how stressed out this man looks. Look, he is stressing right there. And he looks like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
But look at Waltz. He is stressing. Or he looks like he's like really needs to go to the bathroom. But he is stressing hard right now. He is leering the hard way in front of Congress today.
Love of neighbor and to come alongside those who are suffering most in this time. There is no greater example of living out the teachings of Christ and caring for the least among us than what we've seen in these past few months.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Perry, I have a unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Alpha News where U.S. Attorney Rosen stated, and I quote, "We have more than adequate staffing to carry out the fraud. We have been reinforced in dramatic numbers by the Department of Justice and by other departments of the federal government." He also said fraud investigations are increasing in pace. Fraud prosecutions, you will see, are going to be dramatically increasing in pace. According to Rosen, if you're committing fraud in the state of Minnesota, it's really not a good time to be doing so. Just wanted to enter that article into the record without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Governor, good to see you again. You're an Army guy. I'm an Army guy. What's, as governor, one of your primary responsibilities? Keep your citizens safe, right? I think we could probably agree on that. We might not agree on much, but we could probably agree on that. And I heard you talk earlier about working with federal partners. There's a lot been discussed here about fraud of various kinds, but I want to talk about something that seems to me, quite honestly, a dereliction of duty, or certainly a huge lapse in judgment. And you were governor in October of 2023, right? Just want to make sure
That's
we're
correct,
on the same page here. And you signed the Minnesota Driver's Licenses for All Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, right? So now, look, I'm not going to hold you to knowing every single thing in these laws. There's a lot of paragraphs and wording and so on and so forth, but under your law that you signed, it prohibits the disclosure of information contained in the license or identification card applications for enforcing Title 8 of the United States Code. Just to make sure, are you familiar with what Title 8 deals with?
I'm not specifically.
Okay, so it deals with immigration, nationality, and aliens. Particularly, the law that you signed eliminates the requirement for Social Security numbers or proof of lawful presence. And furthermore, it's a violation under Section 14.4 of your code for anybody to research that. As a matter of fact, immigration status is classified as private under Section 13.18. So literally, the federal government, your partner, as you said, we work with our federal partners, can't use that driver's license information regarding people that are here illegally. Now,
I don't understand the connection between the driver's license and the immigration piece, I guess.
well, they can't because, well, let me make the connection for you. According to the Secretary of Transportation, 1/3 of Minnesota's non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses were issued illegally. Do you have a video ready to play for me? Can you play it now? This is what happens, Mr. Governor. This is what happens when you issue driver's licenses to people.
He is on the northbound lanes of 61 going the wrong way. You can see I'm going southbound on 61. He's in the northbound lanes on Highway 61.
And crossing over there. And thank God, I don't know how much that thing weighs, 60, 80,000 pounds, 60 miles an hour.
18-wheeler.
You can cut the video. He was licensed in your state under a law that you signed that precludes federal officials, your federal partners, as you call them, from determining whether they're here illegally. That guy that was driving that truck couldn't pass the test. He didn't pass the test out on the road. There's another video, I'm not going to play it, but there's another video of a guy here illegally turning a truck like that around in the middle of a highway where people lost their lives because they were decapitated when they went underneath it. That's what happened. So my question for you is, this should be easy. Yep. What are you going to do to rectify the law that you signed that allows people here illegally to get a CDL? That tape was in Missouri, not in your state. Look, if you don't want to protect the people in your state, I guess that's your business and the business of your voters. But that driver was driving in Missouri. And if he'd have hit a bunch of people, quite honestly, to me, you could have been held liable.
Yeah. Well, Congressman, first of all, Minnesota ranks in the top 3 safest state by highway data from your own department.
Highway data.
The data from the Department of Transportation for highway safety. We have the 3rd. We want everybody on our roads to be licensed.
So are you saying based on that you're okay?
I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with you or I speeding. I'm not okay with DUIs.
But you signed this law that allows for that. You signed it. And you're going to do nothing about it?
I can't speak to the specific on the CDL. What I can tell you is
I referenced your law. It says House of Representatives, State of Minnesota. And I know there's a lot of words here.
Case. I just know our roads are safer.
Exactly the sections that allow for this to happen and preclude federal enforcement regarding immigration and the illegality of people receiving CDLs under your state's
Driver
provisions.
safety and immigration are 2 separate things. Anybody, had that been a citizen or not, it's still tragic, it's wrong, and we shouldn't do it. What I'm telling you is in Minnesota, we have the 3rd safest roads in the country.
So you're good. So you're good with this practice.
I'm not good with that.
Well, what are you good with? Because that's what's happening under your law.
Well, I can't speak to the specific on if it's an outlier. We give license to people who then eventually... People get DUIs after we issue them.
That happened last month. This is March. That happened a week and a half ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you familiar?
That's wrong. And look,
but you're not going to do anything.
Sure, we're going to do.
What are you going to do?
Traffic laws against them.
What are we going to do?
Was this person arrested?
I sure hope so.
Well, that's good.
And but he was licensed in your state under your law that you signed about a year and a half ago.
Every day we give licenses and people speed. So we ticket them and try and stop that. What I'm telling you is I don't understand the connection between...
He's here illegally. He can't read, and he got a license under your provisions, and he's driving all across the country, imperiling everybody else. That's the connection.
I can't speak
Thank
because
you.
the data
Chair, I
shows
yield.
Minnesota is one of the safest driving states in the country. I don't know what to tell you. I don't
Thank
know.
you, Mr.
specifically.
Perry. Thank you. Chair now recognize Mr.
These politicians need to like put all their egos aside and just say, for instance, that's just common sense. Should we be giving a person a driver's license who can't even read English? I mean, this is not a left or right issue, for instance, on this issue right here.
Interpreter deal that we've talked about before. So I know it's the case with the Somali community. When they go to take the written driver's exam, they say that they can't read it, so they need an interpreter. So they bring in an interpreter, and guess what? The Somalis all score 100% on the written test because the interpreter, the guy overseeing the exam, has no idea what they're saying. They're giving the applicant all of the correct answers for the test. So they're passing the written test 100%, even though they speak English, but they don't think they'll pass the test. The person who's already knows all the answers is their interpreter. And again, they're being paid $100 an hour, minimum 8 hours, to go and do that over and over and over.
Yeah, it's just like disheartening to hear some of these politicians talk about stuff that is literally just common sense issues, and they can't even agree on it.
Right.
Where should somebody be able to drive if they can't even speak the language? And read it as well. Let's continue.
Min from California.
I'm first, sir.
Oh, you're next. Okay.
Is that okay, sir?
I didn't have it on the list, but
Oh, I should have.
I will
after.
yield to the ranking member.
You can go ahead.
You sure? Okay.
You can go ahead. I'll let her
Who's
go.
next?
I was tardy. I thank you, Mr. Min. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and thank you, witnesses, for coming today. So what I've heard so far is feeding our future, $250 million stolen, 50 convictions secured. The prosecution was working. Then the administration froze $10 billion in childcare across 5 states. No evidence, no legal authority, no statutory process. A federal court ruled.
And not one single of those daycares that they froze the funding to submit for repayment.
And not one parent has complained about no child care.
Not one of them.
It unlawful and unconstitutional within 48 hours. Thank you, Attorney General Ellison and Attorney General Bonta, for that work. Then the lead prosecutor resigned. His team followed. Those prosecutions are now at risk. So the record shows they froze $10 billion illegally, lost in court immediately, and dismantled the prosecution, actually putting fraudsters in prison. Every single action made the fraud worse. This isn't incompetence, because incompetence is random. This was targeted, legally defective, and prosecutorially catastrophic. If this committee was serious about fraud, the first witness should have been the HHS official who sent the letter, not the Attorney General who beat them in court. Attorney General Ellison, what are we doing here? And I want actually to ask you, what is your office doing systemically to prosecute fraud in the state?
Well, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. As I said, prosecuting Medicaid fraud is a very important work that we do. We do it every single day. We've secured millions of dollars for people. We've gotten millions in restitution. We've convicted people and held them accountable. We also represent state agencies and help those agencies support the work that they do. The fact of the matter is that this work we do to stop fraud is helping to protect public money. We're proud of it, and we also support federal prosecutions by providing them with information that they need to prosecute fraud, which we have done and will, of course, continue to do.
So, sir, tell me this: how has the ability to prosecute that fraud and social services programs been affected by this administration?
Well, it has been devastated by the actions of this administration. This administration has cut the number of prosecutors, but also has redirected FBI agents to do immigration as opposed to.
Why have they cut those prosecutors?
Those prosecutors actually, I said cut, but they actually resigned as a matter of conscience because the administration was trying to force them to investigate the widow of Renee Good.
Say more.
So many of them said that they couldn't work under those circumstances because it violated their personal ethical requirements. So they quit.
So they left their jobs that they had sworn to do en masse because they were conflicted with conscience.
That's right. And may I add, Congresswoman, that we have had motions to dismiss for the violation of a defendant's right to a speedy trial granted by judges in Minnesota because there's not enough federal prosecutors. And, one of those was a person who was a violent offender who was being prosecuted for felon in possession of a firearm. Case was dismissed because there are not enough people to perform the functions of prosecuting people who commit crimes. So this is having a devastating effect on our state. And in addition to all that, Congresswoman.
Well, so let me get this straight. Help me understand. 50 convictions secured, additional prosecutions in limbo. The administration's prosecutors have quit because the staging of how this all works, they believe, and they have said on record, is immoral. Why are we here?
I've been wondering that, Madam.
Because aren't you saying that you would love for the prosecutions that are dangling in the wind, you would love for those folks to face justice?
Absolutely. Stealing public money is
So the ask would be then to the administration for what? With this committee here, I think your colleague, the governor of your great state, said you want more federal prosecutors on this case.
Yes, but we should go back to the Hippocratic oath of do no harm. I mean, it would be good to just stop doing things that shouldn't be done, such as demanding that prosecutors investigate Renee Good's widow.
Right. That's right. Well, I want to thank you all so much for coming today. And to the Reverend, I was able to come to your state briefly. And like one of my colleagues said, I did go by the site of Miss Good's death, and it was heartening to see the solidarity in your community. There are about 150 Christians reciting the Lord's Prayer over and over and over. You all are showing us what good really means. Thank you so much for being here today. And I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our guests for coming today. I want to start with you, Attorney General Ellison. In an interview with CNN host Laura Coates, she asked you about whether or not you did enough to stop the fraud. You remember that interview, Attorney General?
Congressman, I got to admit that I don't remember the details.
Can we play the video, please?
How short term is the memory of these people? They don't remember anything when it comes time to answering.
And he brought up the Hippocratic Oath. That's what a doctor takes. The Attorney General doesn't take a Hippocratic Oath. What is he talking about?
Mm-hmm. But seriously, how do these guys not remember anything? Like, obviously they remember, but that's like their way of saying, like, I plead the fifth. Yeah. I don't know. I can't remember. How's that acceptable?
So, to refresh Mr. Ellison's memory.
Are we ready to? It may take us a second on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll just tell you what you said when she asked you if you'd done enough to stop the fraud, and she mentioned the $9 billion. You said, of course we have done enough. We're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing. Do you remember saying that, Attorney General Ellison?
I remember the conversation. What I remember was that I was lamenting the politicized nature of this very serious problem.
You said it's not a serious thing. So now you're saying
fraud is a serious thing.
Okay, well that's not what you said on CNN, Mr. Ellison. You said this is a political matter, and this is a quote. This is not a serious thing. So I notice you're changing your tune now that you're before the House Oversight Committee.
I would have to.
Do you understand, Mr. Attorney General, why this adds gasoline to the fire when Americans are so frustrated with this government for their out of control spending and the amount of money they pay?
Just got caught in his own lies.
Pay in taxes, and then to see $9 billion of it, an estimate of $9 billion getting stolen of their taxpayer dollars and being used to fund cars and vacations and homes and even fund terrorism. Do you understand how statements like that throw gasoline on the fire, sir?
Congressman, I believe that you are mischaracterizing what I said.
No, I actually read you the quote. I'm not
And Mr. Crane, that
mischaracterizing at
video
all.
is ready if you still want it. It's up to you.
Yeah, let's play it, please.
This is going to be good.
Is that there has been hundreds of millions of dollars, but now there are some estimates that there could be $9 billion or more. And Noam was just suggesting they took hundreds of people off the street who were involved in fraud. Are you confident your office has done enough?
Of course, we've done enough, and we're doing more every single day. This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing.
So how are you going to sit here, Attorney General, saying I'm mischaracterizing? I read word for word your quote. I then showed it to the entire dais, the entire audience here today. How are you going to sit here and say that I mischaracterized you?
Congressman, I believe you mischaracterized me because clearly what I was referring to by not serious is that the serious issue of fraud is being politicized and converted into a political weapon. That is not a serious matter in my view. That is something that I believe all of us should take seriously, but we're not taking seriously enough. So, sir, I would say very clearly, fraud is a odious, horrible, malignant thing. And that's why it should not be turned into a political weapon, but we should come together on a bipartisan basis.
The reason it's becoming political, sir, is because of statements like that when confronted with the $9 billion of fraud in your state as the top cop in your state that you're clearly not doing enough to address. I want to move on. Reverend Tolagard, you said in your opening statement that today's hearing is about fraud in Minnesota, quote, unquote, which is serving as a pretext for the terror the federal government has brought to the people of Minnesota. This fraud has been used as a rationale for deploying 3,000 federal immigrant enforcement agents into our state. Did you say that, Reverend?
Yes.
This is absolutely false. These federal agents were actually brought in to the state of Minnesota for a very specific operation to remove illegal alien criminals. It wasn't because of the fraud. That's being handled under a completely different agency and ICE and everything else. That's the U.S. District Attorney, okay? Did you know that?
The administration has linked all of these things together.
Well, they've linked the fact that you guys supported an open border that let in $15 to $20 million, and some of the fallout from that is fraud, like the $9 billion we're talking about today. Some of it are the rapists, the gangsters, the people that are committing fraud. They're burglarizing people, they're carjacking people. It's all kind of linked together. It's also linked to the SAVE Act, which many of you guys and my Democrat colleagues don't want to vote for, even though 83% of Americans support it. It's all linked together, but that's not what this operation was about. So you're bearing false witness in this hearing today, because that's not what that operation was about at all.
What I'm here to talk about is the suffering of Minnesotans at the hands of federal agents, including children and their parents, and the great devastation and harm that it has caused across our state and across our wonderful communities.
Have you spoken out about Lake and Riley or any of the American victims that have been raped, murdered, or killed by these illegal aliens, Reverend? I didn't think so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for convening in this hearing. Let's start at the outset by just stating the obvious. Waste, fraud, and abuse are horrible. They're stealing from taxpayers. They're taking money and food out of the mouths of hungry kids. I've spent my career fighting against fraud. I started my career at the SEC, prosecuting corporate fraud, continued on as a law professor, teaching the next generation. And as someone on the Oversight Committee, this is a very, very important issue to me. Again, every dollar that is stolen from these programs is a dollar that's not just taken from us hardworking taxpayers. It is something that is meant for a better use. And so I appreciate the gist of this hearing, but as I pointed out in prior hearings on allegations of fraud in Minnesota, the singular and exclusive focus on the Somalian community in Minnesota seems very partisan and wrong, because we know there's massive fraud across this country, particularly in southern states, including states like Florida and Mississippi. Mississippi is still at trial right now, over $77 million in welfare fraud. Federal prosecutors have recently arrested a Russian national accused of submitting billions of dollars in fraudulent schemes in Texas and Florida. And of course, Oklahoma and Alabama consistently rank as the highest states when it comes to SNAP fraud. And yet we've only focused on Minnesota. Why? As a freshman member, I've been here 14 months, but I've learned that their House Republicans are all single issue voters with just a handful of exceptions. And that single issue, the only thing that you all care about is whether you're on Team Trump or not. And so when Donald Trump goes after Minnesota and falsely claims that he won the election there 3 times and that it was rigged against him, I pay close attention. When he says that he would no longer admit Somalians to this country because they contribute, quote, nothing to this country, I listen. That's a wildly racist statement, but it's going to reflect what Republicans are going to do. And that is why we're holding this hearing. I care about welfare fraud, and I care about the scumbags who rip off taxpayer money. But if this was about welfare fraud, we'd be also hauling in people like Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves and former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, who clearly knew about a scheme to send money to build a volleyball facility at the college his daughter was playing at, receive funds for $600,000 or more for work that he never did from the government, again, taking money from the mouths of children that are hungry. No, this hearing is not about welfare fraud. It's about placating Donald Trump. This committee is holding this hearing for the same reasons that it's ignoring the massive corruption we know that Donald Trump is engaged in his family, soliciting bribes from foreign governments and private companies in exchange for regulatory favor, for the same reason that Republicans are protecting pedophiles right now and that the DOJ is right now actively deleting Epstein files while we're at war with Iran. It's why they ignore their oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's why we're holding hearings on this rather than on ICE abuses or the fact that Donald Trump just took us into war without even consulting with Congress, let alone getting our authorization for military use or force or actual declaration of war in direct contravention of the Constitution of the United States. But for those of us who care about taxpayer dollars, let's focus on that. This is horrible, but of course, we have seen instead a different type of abuse of our taxpayer dollars. They've taken our taxpayer dollars and used them to fund abuses against our American people, as a number of our witnesses have aptly described. And I want to just point out that until the murder of Alex Preddy, not a single DHS or ICE agent accused of wrongdoing, witnessed or videotaped assaulting Americans was suspended, faced any disciplinary action. That doesn't happen with police. When my local law enforcement are accused of misconduct, certainly if they're videotaped shooting someone, they are subject to an investigation. Maybe they're justified or not, but they're suspended, removed from duty, investigated. None of that has happened until the murder of Alex Preddy and the outrage around that. Now, Governor Walz, I want to just briefly ask you, what's the economic impact that the deployment of ICE in Minnesota has had over the past few months?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I thank you for your characterization. I associate myself with you on fraud is horrific. It is corrosive. It hurts those people that are there, and taxpayers should demand accountability. And I think that's what we're trying to take. The issue can, again,
what's the economic impact? I know business.
Look, for us, we just had our economic numbers, and I would tell people that we have to balance the budget every year. Minnesota is strongly, we're AAA bond rated. That shows up good. It doesn't account for what happened over the last 3 months. And by estimates, the city of Minneapolis estimates they lost $200 million alone. And I remind people, you saw pictures.
How can they track that amount of money when they can't even track the fraud?
Exactly. He can't recall any of the fraud numbers, but he jumps to with those. God.
What an idiot.
Pictures of Minneapolis. This happened across the state. Near my hometown of Mankato, Minnesota, in St. Peter, we saw a woman that was pulled over at gunpoint.
It's not his hometown. He's from Nebraska.
The chilling effect it had, businesses going under, especially immigrant-owned businesses, people who are here legally, citizens starting businesses, were shut down.
I'm just going to reclaim my time to make one final point here. I was at Minneapolis, had the chance to meet with you and others. I also met with a number of local police chiefs. And one of the things they told me, first, this is not the first time ICE has operated in Minnesota. But in the past, what is different about this time is that they did not coordinate. They did not tell anyone. And that resulted in a lot of 911 calls, because when you see masked men jumping out of vans, pulling people out, assaulting them, punching them in the head, as happens all the time with ICE agents. And by the way, that's not a matter of training. It's a matter of picking people who are predisposed to violence. That costs our local police quite a lot of money. It's one of the reasons I'm going to be introducing the Recoup Act so that local jurisdictions are repaid for the funds that they expend due to ICE misconduct. With that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back. Before I recognize Ms. Boebert, Mr. Gill, I understand you have a UC.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the America First Policy Institute dated March 3rd, 2026, which details widespread and rampant fraud in Minnesota.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognize Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to summarize some of the things that have already been said here today rather than ask these questions directly. The federal prosecutors that we have now charged nearly 100 individuals across multiple Minnesota fraud schemes, including Feeding Our Future and related Medicaid, daycare, and autism programs, with 85 of those charged being of Somali descent. Governor Walz, your administration's Department of Education and Department of Human Services failed to act on multiple early fraud warnings about Feeding Our Future, allowing the theft of at least $250 million in federal child nutrition funds that were supposed to feed hungry kids during the COVID-19 pandemic. Governor Walz, I'd like to turn to the demographics and policy choices that enabled this. Since you took office, the Somali population in Minnesota has grown substantially. Recently, Fox 9 reported, the reporting puts the total over 107,000. Did your administration's soft on immigration policies, including expanded refugee programs and temporary protected status, contribute to that rapid growth?
I couldn't speak to why people moved to Minnesota, other than it's a great place to
It could be a sanctuary
live.
policy and refugee programs and temporary protected statuses. According to the Center for Immigration Studies analysis of census data, 81% of Minnesota households headed by Somali immigrants receive one or more forms of public assistance, compared to just 21% of native-born Minnesotan households. Why is that disparity so extreme under your watch, sir?
I can't speak specifically, Congressman, but I would anticipate that new generation immigrants, whether they be Norwegian or whether they be Hmong or whether they be Somali, probably on the front end as they're establishing home ownership, education.
I think we should be bringing folks to our country that are going to contribute and not just siphon off of the tax dollars
They are
of American
contributing.
citizens. Mr. Governor Walz, yes or no, would stricter vetting of immigrants and refugees have prevented many of these fraudsters from entering our country in the first place?
I wouldn't have any way to know that.
Do you agree with stricter vetting processes for those who are coming to our country?
I don't care where you're coming from. If you commit fraud, you're going to jail in Minnesota. That's what I care about, and that's what I'm here for.
Yes or no, should Somali immigrants or any other immigrants who defraud American taxpayers and steal funds intended for hungry children be deported immediately?
That's a decision for the federal government. You're responsible for immigration.
Governor Walz, do you know who Victoria Eileen Harwell is?
I do not believe I do.
What about American Mafalda Tire?
I don't believe I do.
There. These
What's up with all these I don't believe I do?
Yeah.
It's like that means you do. What do you mean you don't believe I do?
Yeah, just yes or no.
are Minnesota women who were brutally killed by illegal aliens in your state. You don't know who they are, so I would also assume that you did not attend their vigils or speak out to their families when they were brutally killed by illegal aliens.
I'm
in
not
your
familiar
state.
with both of these, no, Congresswoman.
No, just the hard-hitting CNN ones. Yes or no, would you support ending Minnesota's sanctuary policies to stop these fraudsters and murderers from using your state as a safe haven?
Well, as I said on June 12th, we don't have sanctuary policies, and Tom Holman reiterated that here in the past few weeks that we do not either, and that we are cooperating
Will you
as required.
direct, thank you, Governor, will you direct local law enforcement to fully cooperate with ICE and federal agents and follow federal immigration laws that are currently on the books?
They do. If they want to do more, they can, but we have a floor that they have to. And that's been proven time and time again in Minnesota over this. That's why they're leaving, because we had cooperated.
Okay. Final question for you, Governor. There are multiple documented reports of Somali immigrants entering sham marriages, including siblings and close family members, solely for immigration purposes. Are you aware of these reports, and what, if anything, has your administration done to stop this kind of immigration fraud happening in your state?
States are not responsible for immigration screening, and I'm not familiar with what you're
You're not
referencing.
responsible for any vetting whatsoever?
Federal
Okay, well,
government.
this is happening under your watch, and there's immigration fraud, so we will do everything that we can. And hopefully you allow your local law enforcement officers to coordinate with federal agents when we are going after these immigration fraudsters.
As
Thank
we
you,
do.
Governor.
Thank you, Madam. Chair now recognizes Mr. Walkinshaw from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, would you agree that fraud is not a victimless crime?
I would agree with that. It is not a victimless crime.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that in Minnesota, you as governor, you do not have the unilateral power to pardon those convicted of state crimes, but you and Mr. Ellison and I think one other person sit on a panel that can issue pardons. Is that correct?
Yes, with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. In your time on that panel, can you recall ever pardoning an individual convicted of fraud?
I can't recall. I can't state either way.
Okay. Mr. Ellison, any recollection of that?
It's possible. I don't recall it though.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's true in Minnesota, but at the federal level, if a convict...
David, you're freaking out over there.
He can't recall. If they pardon someone,
You think they would know, right?
okay, I'm good.
Continue. Convicted fraudster is pardoned. That pardon can wipe out their obligation to pay restitution to the victims. Are any of our witnesses familiar with this individual? I know you're far away. His name is Jason Galanis. Sound familiar?
I am not, Congressman.
Jason Galanis, according to the federal judge who sentenced him to 15 years in prison, is a serial fraudster and a con man who defrauded a pension fund in a Native American tribe of $80 million. I'll put it in simpler terms. He stole money from retirees. Do any of our witnesses know what federal prison Mr. Galanis is being held in?
I do not, Congressman.
He's not, because President Trump, our fraudster in chief, the namesake of the fraudulent Trump University, the fraudulent Trump Foundation, the fraudulent Trump Organization, pardoned him and relieved him of the requirement to pay restitution to his victims. A member of this committee, Mr. Jordan, recommended to President Trump that he be pardoned. Any of our witnesses familiar with this individual? His name is Jeremy Hutchinson.
I am not, Congressman.
Mr. Hutchinson is a former Arkansas state senator, Republican, convicted of a multi-million-dollar public corruption scheme, embezzlement, bribes, illegal campaign contributions, conspiracy to commit bribery. Mr. Homan might know something about that. For passing legislation that benefited an orthodontist who was paying him off. President Trump's Department of Justice in his first term prosecuted him. A judge sentenced him to 8 years in prison and ordered him to pay $355,000 in restitution to his victims. Any of our witnesses know where Mr. Hutchinson is serving that sentence today?
I have a guess.
I have a guess too.
He's not serving a sentence because President Trump pardoned him, relieving him of his restitution obligation. A corrupt politician prosecuted by Trump's Justice Department in the first term, pardoned by Trump in this term. Trump has pardoned fraudster after fraudster, denying victims, we talked about victims, taxpayers, senior citizens, children, the restitution they deserve. $1.3 billion. That's the total that Trump's pardoned fraudsters have been relieved of paying their victims. The chairman called this hearing because he's concerned about fraud, about accountability. I share those concerns. But where is the hearing on the $1.3 billion Trump has relieved his pardoned fraudsters from paying their victims? Did those victims get a voice in this Congress? There's a lot of outrage today. Raised voices on both sides. Will we raise our voices on behalf of those who have been victimized by President Trump's pardoned fraudsters? Governor Walz, what signal would it send if you and Attorney General Ellison and the judge who sit on this panel were to pardon some of the fraudsters who have committed this fraud in Minnesota? What signal would that send? What impact could that have?
Congressman, I believe it would send a signal that we don't take it seriously because you have to put these people in jail. They have to serve their lengthy sentences and they have to do restitution.
And just hypothetically here, if you were to pardon one of those individuals, how would you explain it to the victims of that fraud, the taxpayers across the country, those individuals who didn't get access to the social services they need because the money was stolen? How would you explain it to them?
I don't believe I could.
I don't think you could either.
May I share,
Please.
Congressman, that generally when people get any kind of a pardon in Minnesota, they've done all their sentence. And Governor Walz is very careful to say, have you paid every penny you owe people?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we do pardons in Minnesota.
Well, these folks have not paid their pennies, $1.3 billion worth of pennies.
Would the gentleman yield the question?
My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. So
I'll
it's your
give you
time.
more time if you want.
Sure.
I mean, you mentioned Jason Galanis, and that piqued my interest, and I'm sure it did Mr. Biggs as well. And I think, and you are correct, he did defraud an Indian or a Native American pension fund. Do you know who his partner was?
I know all the background of it. The point is, he stole money from
Would you
people.
state who his partner was?
It
is Hunter Biden. And Jason Galanis served in prison for how long, Mr. Biggs?
2 years.
No, that's incorrect.
No,
That's
he
false.
served in prison
for
years.
many years.
And they were equal partners. And Galanis blew the whistle during our Biden investigation, and he was raped. He was raped in prison right after that. So
that's correct.
Will the victims of his fraud get their money back? Why
I don't
did
know.
President
Maybe
Trump
ask Hunter Biden.
Why
You all
did
defend it,
why
but
ask
you weren't
President
here.
Trump?
You weren't
Ask
here in your
President Trump.
defense. You weren't here
Ask
during the Biden
President Trump
investigation.
to get the
You've been
victims
here
their
about
money
3
back.
months, but you know more than anybody about everything. So, Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
the chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm glad you brought it up because of the 10 partners in that fraud that you mentioned, 9 of them went to prison. You know who the one partner was that didn't go? Your buddy, Hunter Biden. That's right. Hunter Biden didn't go. And by the way,
Well, that totally backfired on them.
So
I didn't even know
here's the
that.
thing, too, is when you're talking about Medicaid fraud and a conviction, a governor does not have the authority to issue a pardon on a federal crime, a state crime only. So when they're asking, did you pardon him? He didn't have the authority to pardon him anyway. So it's a moot point.
Yeah.
This is frustrating.
All right, here we go with Biggs.
you must not have been here. I don't think you were here when I introduced all these documents earlier before I had to leave to go to judiciary, talking about of the 1,500 criminals pardoned by Joe Biden in 1 week, 24 of them were fraudsters that had hundreds of millions of dollars of restitution forgiven by Joe
Will the
Biden. But
gentleman
now I'm
yield?
going to go now to Mr. Ellison.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, no, I've had enough of you. Let's talk to Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, isn't it true that when you were a member of Congress, you sponsored the Money Remittances Improvement Act of 2014? It was H.R. 4386. Do you remember that?
Congressman, I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. We all introduced lots of bills, but that bill's purpose was to give more authority to states to investigate remittance payments. Do you remember that?
Congressman, I believe that the purpose of that bill was to facilitate financial transactions for Minnesotans who needed them.
Well, in reality, you shifted remittance payment investigations to the states, and that was supported by the Somali American Remittances Association. You may not remember that, but that was.
Congressman, could you remind me, did that bill ever pass?
H.R. 4386. So it was supported by the Somali American Resistance Association, and it was so important to you. You said, quote, "This is a great day for diaspora communities around the country, including the Somali and Hmong communities." And that's something you said, and we know that the Somali population in Minnesota supported that bill. That bill was passed, I believe, in 2014. Minnesota started identifying large numbers of remittances payments going overseas. And isn't it true that within 4 years of the bill passing, more than $100 million had been flown out of the Minneapolis airport by Somalians? Do you know that?
I don't have the information on that.
And then over the last 2 years, the TSA has identified over $700 million being flown out and linked to Somali travel. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir, I don't have the data on that.
Under your tenure as the AG, the amount of remittance payments going to Somalia, which, by the way, Some estimates as high as 40% of all Somalia's GDP comes from those remittance payments, and roughly 40% of families in Somalia receive some benefit, economic benefit directly from some remittance payments. So moving from that, do you know Salim Saeed?
That name is not familiar to me, sir.
Ikram Mohammed?
No.
Abshir Omar?
No.
Okay, so in 2021, you met with a group of Somalis, business people. Those three people were there. Safari Restaurant, Partners in Quality Care, also known as Parties in Nutrition, some of their named partners, and Feeding Our Future representatives, including Abshir Omar, who said they were having difficulties because they were being investigated, and that conduct is very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do. And I'll tell you that these are people who were fraudsters. They lied to me. They lied to the judge.
Yep.
They lied to state agencies.
And, well,
and that's why we contributed to them being convicted.
Well, let's go on from that, because you may not remember some of the things you said to them, specifically, and maybe we should play this video. I don't know if we have the video queued up. If we have the video queued up, well, that's fine. Let's do it.
You call them and say this is not in the right format. Not you're out, you're done, your contract's over. And so this has my attention. I'm extremely frustrated by it, but we are in the middle of a battle with the agencies now. And I can tell you this, Walls agrees with me that this piddly, stupid stuff running small people out of business is terrible.
Because what you thought was terrible there was that these people were being investigated for fraud, and you later took $10,000 in campaign donations from these same individuals. Do you remember that?
I would disagree with that characterization entirely, sir.
I'm sure you would.
No, what I would...
Because it's surely uncomfortable for you, but you took $10,000 from those same people that were ostensibly supposed to be investigated. Yeah.
No, that's actually inaccurate.
No, it's not inaccurate. Well,
it is.
First of all, you're entitled to say it's inaccurate, but the facts are the facts. And my time's expired, Mr. Chairman, but I do have some UC requests.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minnesota AG, who took $10,000 from convicted scammers, dismisses fraud scandal as political theater.
Without objection.
Amy Bach alleges Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison knew of Minnesota fraud.
Without objection.
Walz and Omar using ICE operations to distract from fraud scandal.
Without objection.
Tim Walz accused of stonewalling key probe as Somali fraud sweeps his state.
Without objection.
Conservatives blast Dems. Walz for likening ICE agents to Nazi police force.
Without objection.
Tim Walz urges Minnesotans to resist federal occupation.
Without objection.
Tim Walz was a COVID-19 tyrant.
Without objection.
Anti-ICE agitators set up blockade on Minneapolis Street to check drivers' license plates.
Without objection.
Minnesota Attorney General's legal opinion could threaten some county agreements with ICE.
Without objection.
ICE restricted from Minneapolis-owned parking areas under Mayor Fry orders. Minnesota mom jailed over COVID accuses Walz of tyranny. Minnesota grandma jailed for defying Walz COVID lockdown order warns you do not want tyranny at this level. And mother ponders, and that's all.
Without objection to order. Chair
Wow,
now
that was
recognizes Ms.
good.
Presley from Massachusetts.
I've been in Congress now for almost 8 years, and one of the most meaningful moments that I experienced here was in the Committee on Oversight and Reform under the great Chairman Elijah Cummings. It was the first hearing to take place that I introduced in the House of Representatives on the epidemic that is childhood trauma. Though I represent the Massachusetts 7th, one through line has remained true in my travels and conversations from Massachusetts to Minnesota to Illinois to Texas. And it is the devastating impacts of Trump's terror campaign on our nation's children. This administration
They use children and they use these words like terror campaign, but these are the people who are using children to defraud the government of millions and billions of dollars. These are not the people who care about the children.
Well, she must not be talking about terror at the Somali child care because they don't have any kids. So
Yeah, but this is kind of like the virtue signaling, the messaging they get across. And that's why you see some of these protesters
It's
become.
hang the shiny object out here. Don't pay attention to what's really going on. Look over here. Look at this.
Yeah.
They're doing.
But just as the way they use these words is what incentivizes and what gets these protesters to get to the point where they literally get so crazy that they think they can put hands on a federal officer and nothing's going to happen to them because of the wording that these politicians use.
Administration's policies, including but certainly not limited to Operation Metro Surge, in my opinion, I would characterize as child abuse, child neglect, and inflicting childhood trauma. We are experiencing in real time the compounded adultifying of our children, where increasingly so a childhood is a privilege instead of a right. I'm reminded of a conversation I had recently at the airport where a dad approached me to talk about his 6-year-old son who returned home from school, pleading and begging for his parents to give safe haven to his classmate, his best friend, for fear that if they did not do that, that he would be deported. No child should have those concerns or carry that heavy burden, but this is the reality for our nation's children under Donald Trump's America. Frederick Douglass said it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. We are certainly not building strong children. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, Eleni was only 2 weeks old when her father was wrongfully taken by ICE, a trauma that she will carry for the rest of her life. Again, so far I'm speaking about the pleas of a 6-year-old and the policy, the family separation of a 2-week-old. In Minnesota, Liam Ramos was only at the age of 5 years old, was detained by ICE and sent to Texas, and he'll carry that trauma for the rest of his life. There are the children that are directly impacted. Then there is that secondary trauma for those who have bore witness. While in Minnesota, I met with parents who have had to establish parental patrols armed with whistles and orange vests and their cameras to try to keep their children safe. Green Street Elementary, it was just across the street from one of the murders that occurred in broad daylight under Operation Metro Surge. Around the country, the children of Renee Good, Keith Porter, Geraldo Campos, and dozens of other children whose parents were killed by ICE agents will carry that trauma the rest of their lives. Trauma in their bodies, their classrooms, their sleep. It shows up in the ways they cling to their parents at school drop-off, in the silence of a child who used to speak freely, in nightmares that no child should be visited by. Governor Walz is a former educator and coach. You work closely with young people experiencing traumatic events. What effect does this have on them, their classmates, and community? And have you heard from mental health professionals or pediatric providers about how this is showing up in your state?
No, well, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. First of all, I would say when I talk about Minnesota being one of the best states, if we're not first, it's usually because Massachusetts is. And I note that it is true because you care about this. And you mentioned it correctly. This is generational trauma that's been inflicted, whether it's learning loss that's happened or the trauma we've seen amongst our children. I say that as an educator, as governor, the deep concern, but as a parent of seeing this, what's happened to our children. We know that mental health issues will start to show up. We know that we'll see educational loss, and those have generational impacts on our economy and everything else. I will note, your colleague mentioned me being a tyrant during COVID. We had some of the lowest deaths due to COVID. Tyrant looks like children being drugged from their parents, old people being drugged out of their house without warrants, 2 dead on the streets. And your point, the world saw a piece of it on TV. I can tell you, none of us are going to be the same, Congresswoman. We are going to deal with this, and we are going to put money into social service programs to address it while we tighten up fraud protections, because the idea is you have all these generous programs. Yes, and our people are healthier. Our people are more educated. Our economy's stronger. So thank you.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 2026 article from Hechinger Report titled Parental Stress, Raids, and Isolation. How immigration enforcement traumatizes even the youngest children.
Without objection to ordered.
You know, as I close, I've always taken issue with the myth that children are resilient. something that people say because I guess it brings them comfort. The false notion that if you hurt kids, they will automatically heal. It allows policymakers to inflict harm and then to look away. But children are not collateral for reckless and godless policies. They should not be ignored. Rather, we should center children to understand the impacts of all these policies. And,
Bro, none of this would be
Governor
happening if they didn't
Walz,
follow
with
the
these
law.
remaining seconds.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Or if
Okay,
these,
well, I
if their
yield.
parents didn't follow the law.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes
Coming to
Mr.
the country
Sessions
illegally.
from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To my two former colleagues, I would welcome you back, and I know that this is something that is not as easily done. And I recognize that. I want to thank our Methodist preacher for being here. I want to put in some context what you've heard today, and that is probably to both of you, not a lot has changed up here. We're still trying to play the gotcha game. We're still people are trying to do their job. That's what we are trying to do here. We come back and talk about children, yet we forget that President Biden, President Obama had tens of thousands, 800,000 children that were lost by them that President Trump is still trying to find.
Thank you, because so many of these people, they're all talking about children right now. Meanwhile, the people they support trafficked in hundreds of thousands of children, and they don't have anything to say about that. Where 300,000 children were brought in underneath Biden, but they have nothing to say about that. Meanwhile, they're using children as an example here, when these same children are being used to defraud the government. They're completely missing the point. Now they start to act like they care about the children after they've already stolen billions of dollars because of children.
And Nick, that 5-year-old Ramos kid they were talking about in Minneapolis, his father was a criminal, illegal alien. ICE went and grabbed him, and the 5-year-old, they knocked on the door. That 5-year-old's mother would not take him in, so they had to put him in federal custody protection because his father was being arrested, but his mother would not accept her own son back into her home.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
They won't mention that.
No.
Everybody, reminder, Quality Living hoodies are in the pinned comment above. All right, this is going to get good right here. Here we go.
Talk about not trusting ICE, which is a federal component, and yet the Boston bombers caused chaos. I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to form up a relationship instead of saying ICE is no good, we don't want you. It is the federal component. So with all that said, in fairness to each of you, you've heard what we've said today. So I would ask you, Governor, and then I will say right up front, I was kind of hoping that you might show up, or both of you might show up, because you're a Methodist preachers here, and say, we didn't do everything right. We think there were a lot of things done wrong. We think we want to learn. We come and ask that you understand that this is something that happened in our midst. My Methodist preacher, I'm a global Methodist. My Methodist preacher meets with me pretty often and makes sure that he knows and I know I look for balance, I look for fairness, I look for objectivity. And I know you've not been placed in a very good position now, but I got 3 minutes left. Governor, what did we do wrong here? How do you want to set that record straight? Because otherwise it's going to be he said against you guys. And I want you to tell me, where did we get it wrong on this side?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that. And I do say,
And you and I are friends.
We are. And I've said it publicly before. We disagreed on some issues, but we had a lot of conversations on the floor. Look, I think I agree with you. As governor, I've taken accountability for this. So I'm not going to run again. I need to spend the time fixing this. This does undermine trust in government. Do I wish there were things that could have happened?
He just admitted he's not running again because of the fraud.
Earlier, yes, but in this job, wish didn't do it. I'm looking into where I see it. I can tell you this, Congressman, that the safeguards we're putting in place are going to make a difference. I think other states can use them. I think one of the things is I asked if helping in the partnership piece of this, understanding that this happens in all states, I'm certainly not proud this happened. I certainly understand it happened on my watch, whether it predated me or not, I'm here. I think some of the things is there's some legal changes we need around Medicaid eligibility issues that you're talking about that actually might get at this, because I would hope, Congressman, you and I agree, these programs are valuable and they need to go to the people who need them, and we need to stop the fraud that's in there. And I'm trying to explain to you what we did from the beginning. These people continue to be a moving target, and they are very sophisticated.
Is there still a problem?
Is there still fraud happening?
Is there still a problem in, we'll say in Minnesota? I know we're not.
I think there's more work to be done. Yes, I will tell you that. And we're working on it. I have a package that I introduced last week. One of the things that I think is going to be helpful, and I know you're working on it up here, is the ability to use AI. It's the pre-screening. What you don't want to hear from us is, and I don't want to hear, that we're arresting people after they did it. We need to stop it before it happened. And
I agree with some of that.
We're moving.
We do need to arrest them, however.
We do, but if we're just continuously chasing our tails, it's like I said, if you arrest
Well, I'd like to keep working with you because we've got to stop this. And so
I would welcome that.
If you put together a list that we can send to other governors and say, here's what we did.
That's
General.
That's fantastic.
Congressman Sessions, let me just say thank you for your question. I absolutely think there is more that all of us can do to protect the public dollar and get the money where it was intended to go. There are all kind of ways to make sure.
Yes, but we're talking about the lessons learned. Are you going to show up today and take, as the governor did, and say, we made a mistake. I owe an apology to people. We believe that what you've tried to do today to defend, I'm not trying to put you in a corner, General. I'm trying to get you, because we're sitting here trying to get to where we're going to go.
I can assure you, Congressman, that I am here to work to improve this system, and there are improvements that can be made. And your offer to work on a bipartisan basis to solve this fraud crisis, I am all in. And if we can get out of fixing the blame and get to fixing the problem, that would be an enormous thing for me. And I thank you for asking.
Well, it's my hope that you will know that being here today, we're doing our job, other people doing their job, but we've got to get to where we can then say, and here is the problem, and we'll take, so Governor did, I accept responsibility, and let's get on to fixing this, because tomorrow is a new day. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time.
Yes,
I
sir.
yield back my time.
Thank you. Chair recognizes my friend, Ms. Tlaib.
He says that, but then he cuts me off. Thank you all for coming here. I think it's really important. And, you know, Reverend, I can tell that you care deeply about your community, and it takes courage to come before this committee, especially when you hear so much, to me, just misinformation, also embedded in racist tropes about your community. And so I wanted to ask you, you know, I think a lot of Americans, when we think,
Oh, this lady, this good. Well, we know she's probably just gonna like give them some alley oops, but this lady, she's an interesting
Allison
one.
just admitted to the fraud. What is she talking about?
Yes, very true. They just did admit to the fraud, and that one last guy, that was pretty, honestly, pretty good segment right there. Offering intercede while he kind of humbled himself there, saying yes, like, well, I basically stepped down to try and fix this, and now he did try to say that we need to stop focusing on what happened in the past and focus on the future. But no, they need to go back and reclaim every single dollar and arrest every single
And when
fraudster.
Presley was talking about being at the airport and the guy came up there, I want to say, what, did that guy have a briefcase with $1 million in it? Just curious.
Yeah. All right, here comes Tlaib.
what compelled you to speak out and join hundreds of other faith leaders at the the St. Paul airport to protest against the violent ICE occupation of your community?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I am here just as I was that day at the airport, because I am representative of so many Minnesotans who are actively engaged in the work of neighboring. And I'm also here as I was that day because there are so many Minnesotans for whom it is not safe to speak out today.
And I'll tell you, you know, we're learning a lot. I think the whole country is learning a lot from all of you and your neighboring and showing love and showing up for your community. And I know it took a lot of courage for even some of the elected officials to stand up and say, you know, not on our watch. You know, we talk about the fearlessness that is needed sometimes to fight for our rights. And some people will continue to gaslight folks and call us domestic terrorists, to surveil us more, to try to bully us and intimidate us to silence. And I just want the Minnesota people to know, I know my district sees you all, and we say continue it. You are freeing all of us when you continue to speak up, and you're protecting all of us as well. In response to, of course, the powerful local resistance, you know, one of the things they keep saying is it's ended, it's done. You heard my colleague from Boston, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, talk about trauma. It's not done. There needs to be a lot of healing, and I don't think they want to fund that or support that. But I'm asking, just as myself and many of us in my district are wondering, is it truthful? Are they done?
Unfortunately, it's not over. As we heard, there are still 650 ICE agents in Minnesota. That means there is still fear and trauma for our children and for our immigrant and refugee neighbors. And as Ms. Priestley named, the trauma will go on, and we have much work to do in healing and caring for, especially those who've been most victimized in this.
So I want to talk about intention. What's the intent of this hearing? What's the intent of all of it? I think intention is important because
to crack down on the
Chairman,
fraud.
if I can submit for the record article titled "Fraud Focus: Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?"
Without objection, to ordered.
Because I see this, and even though you're here, you have nothing to hide. These folks are not here. I don't get to question them. I don't get to say to the guy that committed $200 million Medicare fraud who just got pardoned by Trump. I don't get to ask Jared Kushner, you know, why is your dad go from literally in France, the title of the article is Prison to Paris. Literally from committing fraud, he pardons his son-in-law's father, and now he's an ambassador. You see all that happening. It's like, well, what's the intention here? They're creating a world's largest paramilitary under the direct control of the president, who has made it clear that he intends to crush dissent, target entire cities, and rig elections. He literally is telling us he's going to send ICE agents out on election day to intimidate and target our community. He's not lying. He's going to do it. And I think we need to be very, very much prepared. At the same time, intention. Governor,
Well, that would actually wouldn't be the worst idea to have ICE agents out during election day to make sure that illegals don't vote. Don't you
Well,
think?
all these Dems, they're saying, oh, fraud is bad. But then they're saying it's not bad. I'm confused.
That's actually not a bad idea. I never thought about that. Have ICE agents out on election day to make sure that illegals don't vote. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
seeing him in this administration funding freeze, and blaming all of these people. Like, I hope people don't blame my community for everything Trump's doing. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, can you imagine right now the impact that is happening? What impact is it going to really have right now? I mean, you're talking about today, this is cut off, and he's refusing to let go of the money that, again, Minnesota actually is supposed to rightfully get appropriated.
400,000 children lose health care, pregnant women, and elderly and rural hospitals will be severely impacted and potentially closed.
It's hard because I wonder if they would do that in Kentucky where they have fraud, in Tennessee where they have fraud.
Their own numbers show that our error rate is 2.1%. The national average is 6%.
I know. You guys testified about it. Attorney General, even though, you gave everybody else 30 seconds, I need to ask you, I mean, you're here today. What could you be doing right now? You're Attorney General. You do what today if you were at work instead of here? To be honest, I mean, can you explain what's back home that you have work to do at home? Like, what can you be doing instead?
Microphone, please. All right.
Have is a Medicaid fraud bill that I'm trying to get passed to increase
The legislature is in session.
The legislature is in session, and I'm supposed to meet with House caucus leaders tonight, hoping to make that so that we can do more to stop fraud.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I could be doing about
Ask
it.
him why the
Well, I'll
state
tell
cut
you,
off
I'm
funding
always
to the
reminded,
same
and please
people
bear with me,
Trump
Chairman.
cut funding off to. The state of Minnesota cut off funding to the same places that Trump cut the funding off to. So how's Ellison going to defend against that? Now he's being sued by the child care. The state is.
Yes.
They cut off the funding. The same thing Trump did is what the state did. Nobody's asking him.
Or just politicized in a way that is not consistent. Because if he's doing this, why are you targeting innocent people? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talib. I gave you an extra minute and 15 seconds to criticize the chairman of the committee. So, but I do like Ms. Talib. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for taking the time to be here. Governor Walter, are you familiar with the early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention benefit?
I am, Congressman.
Got it. It provides services for autism patients. Is that right?
That is correct.
Got it. And when did you become governor?
In January of 2019.
In 2019. Okay. So using 2018 as a baseline, do you know what that program paid in Medicaid claims?
I do not, Congressman.
It was about $671,000. Do you know what that program paid in Medicaid claims in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
$342 million. That's about a 500x increase over 6 years. Was there 500 times the number of autism patients in that time period?
I couldn't speak specifically to it, but I will say, Congressman, that
doesn't sound reasonable, right? You don't think there was a 500x increase in the number of autism patients in 6 years, right?
Correct, and that's why we ordered on-site visits starting back in 2024.
So we agree that doesn't sound reasonable. Would you also agree that a single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar too much to tolerate?
Yes.
Yep. And would you agree that as governor, ultimately you're responsible if tax dollars are defrauded?
Yes, I would agree.
Yep. Would you also agree that calling somebody racist is a serious accusation?
If they are racist, I think it's
I'm
probably
asking
accurate.
you, is that a serious accusation to make about somebody?
I think it's just an observation of reality.
All right, well, let's go there. Is it racist for a government official to identify fraud?
No.
No. Is it Islamophobic?
To identify fraud?
To identify fraud?
No, I don't believe it would be.
How come multiple whistleblowers have said that your administration told them not to say anything about widespread fraud across multiple agencies because doing so would be considered racist or Islamophobic?
I can't speak to it because it's not anything I would say.
Well, that's what your administration has said and has told whistleblowers. And as you just testified, the buck stops with you. It's what you stated in your statement whenever you announced you weren't running again. Are you familiar with Faye Bernstein?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
She's a Democrat, isn't she?
I wouldn't know that.
She stated publicly that she's a Democrat. She's only voted Democrat in her life. She's also stated publicly that she was retaliated against and called racist, and that her work responsibilities were diminished whenever she was highlighting fraud within your administration. Are you familiar with that?
I couldn't speak to
Why do you think
specific
she would?
allegation.
Why do you think she would say that?
I can't speak to what
You
she
have no
would think.
idea.
I do not.
You would agree that the tone in your administration comes from you ultimately, right?
The tone is that.
The tone of how you might deal with whistleblowers.
Right, and we protect them.
Wait, it doesn't sound like you're protecting them. We heard from Representative Kristen Robbins, quote, "We have dozens of credible whistleblower reports saying the exact same thing, that people were told not to say anything because they'd be called racist or Islamophobic or it would hurt the state." Do you think it's racist or Islamophobic to highlight and try to stop fraud?
It is not, and I certainly wouldn't
It's
know.
not, but that was the message your administration was sending to multiple whistleblowers.
I can't speak to that.
You can't speak to that. You don't want to speak to that, I think.
I have
Should
over
whistleblowers
40,000
be
employees,
retaliated
Congressman.
against?
Pardon me?
Do you think whistleblowers should be retaliated against?
Absolutely not. They have strong protections in Minnesota and lots of paths. And the paths go for
That's
the
not
OLA.
what we're hearing from whistleblowers. Faye Bernstein, who again has stated that she is a Democrat, she's only ever voted Democrat, says
That
that she
doesn't
was
matter whether
subjected
she's
to, quote,
Democrat
a
or Republican.
smear campaign for trying to make leadership aware of illegal contracting practices. Why do you think that happened?
I can't speak to that, Congressman, because we don't do it.
You just don't know anything?
I do know that we have strong whistleblower protections, and I can't speak.
That's not what the whistleblowers are saying. According to another report, quote, "There's just a continuous effort to stifle you, to shut you up. and it's impossible to overcome. Your administration's response to whistleblowers has also been described as, quote, nearly unbearable retaliation. We've heard claims that, quote, they've been denied vacations, promotions, and that it's hurt people's careers to speak out against fraud. Do you think that that had something to do with the prevalence of fraud in your administration?
I can't speak to it, but it
Are you
doesn't
going to take
happen.
responsibility for this?
I supervise 40,000 employees. State agencies
You
have their own.
supervise a lot of employees, and as you have said, the buck stops with you. And your administration has treated whistleblowers like absolute dirt, and that's a big reason why we've seen so much of our hard-earned tax dollars defrauded.
Look, Congressman, I told you we have strong protections. We have an office of
This committee has
legislative
spoken
auditor,
to nearly 30 whistleblowers,
and they
most
came
of which
to
are
the
current employees in your administration who have intimate knowledge of what's been going on, who have all stated that they faced retaliation for calling out fraud.
I can't speak to them what they felt.
And time is up. I yield back.
Recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Mr. Chairman, it's outrageous that this is what we're choosing to spend our time on the Oversight Committee. At the first one, at the first one, yes, fraud, because let's talk about fraud. At the first one of these ridiculous series of hearings on Minnesota, I brought up the dozens of horrific ongoing corruption scandals in the Trump administration, but I know you're very scared of Donald Trump, so we won't be talking about those. But those are the things that we should be investigating on the Oversight Committee. Now we have another one. The Department of Justice was caught red-handed with holding explosive and credible FBI witness interviews of a woman who accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a minor. Shouldn't we hold a hearing on that? Shouldn't Pam Bondi be here forced to testify why she is violating the law that Congress passed, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, nearly unanimously, along with this committee's subpoena? But since the Republican majority instead wants to have a conversation about Minnesota, then let's do that. The Trump-Epstein regime's deployment of thousands of ICE agents, Donald Trump's personal secret police force, is a fascist disgrace. These untrained agents terrorized the people of Minnesota, violated their rights, and even shot them dead in the streets. I want to remind us all about what happened to Alex Preddy, an intensive care nurse murdered by CBP agents while trying to protect a woman that the officers were assaulting. After his murder, Stephen Miller said Alex was, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to assassinate federal law enforcement, a would-be assassin, and an assassin. Kristi Noem said Alex was, quote, committing an act of domestic terrorism. She said, I don't know any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. She accused Alex Preddy of brandishing a weapon, despite video evidence showing the gun never left its holster. Greg Bovino said, quote, this looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. And Donald Trump said Alex was, quote, a gunman whose weapon was loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. He said Alex was an agitator and perhaps an insurrectionist, obviously projecting about himself. Dictators in other countries would literally be impressed at how brazen these lies and propaganda spread by the Trump regime and Kristi Noem are. So Governor Walz, I want to thank you and Attorney General Ellison for putting up with all of the lying and hypocrisy from the Republican majority. Governor, is the Trump administration attempting to block Minnesota state and local police from investigating the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good?
I believe we're not getting any cooperation, and we were told we would not be part of that. Attorney General may know more.
Yes, Congresswoman, we have been told that we would not have access to investigative file, which would include evidence that would be relevant to the investigation in both cases. And even there's one case shooting incident that that was non-fatal, and that one has also been, we've been frozen out on that as well.
So 2 follow-up
We've had to go to
questions.
court to get the evidence preserved.
Okay,
Yeah.
and 2 follow-up questions, and whichever one of you wants to answer. Why do you think that might be the case, and is this out of the ordinary?
It is wildly out of the ordinary. I can tell you that our local FBI, ATF, even before Operation Metro Surge, you didn't, you heard about ICE matters, but you didn't hear about it nearly as much as we do now. This is an extraordinary departure from what we know. And we routinely work with federal partners, and we haven't never had problems until now like this.
I would just speculate that they need to take accountability for it, and I think they understood what the world saw, that this was improper, and it needs to have justice for these families, and it doesn't appear, I hope those questions are being asked of Secretary Noem today.
And Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, are you committed to getting to the truth about the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, I pledge to their families we do that.
Thank you. We need to hold this administration accountable for these murders, starting by impeaching Kristi Noem for gross misconduct, lying to Congress, and failure to uphold the laws and the Constitution. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grothman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. We'll go for Governor Walz again. A major focus of today's hearing has been the misuse of federal funds distributed through the Child Care and Development Block Grant. This program is supposed to be helping working families afford child care, and I think the taxpayers expect these programs to be protected from waste and fraud. Most programs, most states operate these programs responsibly. The national improper payment average is about 4%. As you know, I kind of watch what's going on in Minnesota because it's a state adjacent to Wisconsin. It's amazing if you're a congressman, the number of people who get Minnesota and Wisconsin confused. But when that number climbs above the national average of 4%, it should be a warning sign that oversight has failed. Minnesota's improper payment rate got up to 11%. It's not a small administrative mistake, over almost 3 times the national average. That is a system that's clearly not being monitored the way it should be. When Wisconsin had a similar program several years ago, when I was in the state legislature, in 2010, we uncovered fraud in our child care assistance program. Wisconsin did not look away. We took responsibility, implemented serious reforms, and those reforms included expanding background checks for providers, creating a dedicated fraud investigation unit, strengthening eligibility requirements, and instituting a comprehensive audit system. That would have been when Scott Walker was governor. Because of these reforms, Wisconsin now has an improper payment of under 1%. So in other words, we almost totally wiped out the problem. Didn't happen by accident. It happened because Governor Walker took responsibility and acted quickly. He thought fraud was a problem. Governor Walz, Minnesota had similar warning signs. Investigators, auditors, even internal officials kept raising concerns about fraud in social service systems. And it didn't just cost taxpayers money. These programs are meant to help children and working families. When fraud drains millions of these dollars from these programs, that money is not reaching the people it was intended to serve. First of all, Governor Walz, when did your administration first become aware that fraud risks were escalating in Minnesota's child care assistance program? You were kind of an outlier in the whole country.
Well, thank you, Congressman. This dates back to about 2012 that the action has been being taken. And as I stated earlier, on our first days in office, we started taking action. I would ask if I could on this, anything that Governor Walker did, I would appreciate if you would show us what those actions were. We're more than happy to implement them, and that's what we've started over the last 7 years.
Reports indicate that some providers continued receiving payments even after the fraud concerns were raised. Was that a decision made by your administration, and who specifically you feel did not?
I can't speak specifically to which those were. Decisions are made at the department level, but I can't speak to what those allegations were.
We're told it was still 11% under your administration. When fraud indicators appear in a program funded by federal taxpayers, do you believe the responsible action is to pause payments until those concerns are investigated?
I don't think it's that simple. As I said, these programs provide a really important service, and childcare is a critical one. That the issue is trying to make sure the legitimate payments are made and that you're stopping fraud. So I don't think in all cases that pausing those payments is the right action.
Okay, just in general, I'll say when the fraud percentage reached 11% in Minnesota, and we got it down under 1% in Wisconsin, I think it's a cause for concern. I'll give you another question because a little bit of this hearing wandered a little bit to what happened in your streets out there. When any agency comes to Wisconsin, any federal agency, I've talked to several of our sheriffs, could be ICE, could be Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, could be FBI, could be Secret Service. Our sheriffs always try to coordinate with the federal agencies, ask them what they need. You need us to set up a perimeter. Can we help you by transporting people to the local jail? Do you just want some squad cars parked around to presumably keep troublemakers at bay? That was not done in Minnesota like it's routinely done in certainly all the.
I don't think that's a correct characterization. I think Tom Holman indicated that those things do happen and have been happening.
During the time in which you had the serious riots or whatever you want to call them in Minnesota, I believe that you did not reach out for your state law enforcement to help out federal law enforcement, in part because you're a sanctuary state. And
that is incorrect. Tom Holman indicated we are not. I don't know what to tell you, Congressman. We did. We want to cooperate. That's not what you saw on the streets.
Right. We did not see cooperation.
You saw ICE agents shooting people in the head. You saw little children being drug out. You saw ICE agents indiscriminately throwing smoke grenades. And I think what the world saw was peaceful resistance and a defense of their neighbors. So this is not about immigration reform. This was about an untrained force that came in, not with the intention of immigration.
I would say that you did not have the interaction between local law enforcement and federal agencies that is routinely seen around the country. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 13 months into the Trump administration, and this committee has failed to hold one hearing or one open investigation to hold this president accountable. Makes you wonder, are we the oversight committee or?
Now, who's this lady? We got Mrs. Brown. We already know pretty much exactly what she's going to say, right? Just from the first sentence. It's Trump's bad man, and why don't you talk to Trump about this and that? Meanwhile, we're here because this is literally called the oversight of fraud and misuse of federal funds in Minnesota. Go after Tim Walz, Keith Ellison. They're right there, right in front of you. This is literally a non-partisan issue to talk about fraud. Yet,
okay, you guys, I'm gonna shut it down. I'm about to finish with my housework. I thank you guys for coming over.
Because there's no shortage of matters that demand our attention. I can share a few that come to mind. This is a president who has turned the White House into an ATM.
Oh my
and
God.
in Trump's Washington, the fastest path to a pardon or a position is to donate to Trump's ballroom or inauguration.